Okay. And I think we are live. Hello, all newcomers, and welcome back, my fellow Eternians. As always, it's me, Emperor AP, and I am excited to be talking to you today about how to micronation politics. So, we are going to be talking about micronationalism from the lens of its politics. We are going to be actually looking at how a nation from scratch, somebody trying to build something and create something, can look at their politics to understand their own ideology, their own principles, their own morals, and ultimately how they want to develop the political life in their society. Politics, as in the nature of creating governments, is a huge part of micronationalism. And flaws in your politics, not having your politics thought out well enough, and not understanding what your decisions are going to be when it comes to certain ideas, are a major flaw in any micronation and can stunt a large amount of growth. So today we're going to be talking about that, covering what you can do to develop your nation's politics, and discussing how important all of these issues are. So thank you all for joining me. It means a lot, and I want to say hello to everybody. The Duke says, "Oh boy, it's good to see you." The Duke. The Mind says, "What's up? What's up, the Minds?" Olav says hello. Max says hello. The Duke says hello again. Gorth says hello. Sabotat and NTC. It's good to see everybody, and I am excited to be getting into the stream. Real quick, let me go ahead and throw some stuff into our Discord, Instagram, Twitter, all that. You guys know we gotta spread the word about the stream, but while I do, if you guys could please go ahead and like the stream, it helps a lot and helps to spread our message of Eternian goodness around the world, and it helps us to continue to grow. For the longest time, I have been trying to understand myself a little bit better. What micronational politics should be, specifically for the Empire of Aeternia. A lot of our politics comes down to the situation in the United States, of course, but as well a lot of things related to inequality. So whether that's environmental issues which cause inequality, technological issues which prevent growth and development, and economic issues that are biased and that create inequality for people, is a huge issue for us. So as we've developed and as we've kind of grown as a nation, we have been given lots of opportunities to show those politics and to be able to kind of refresh that for people. But while we continue, I want to go ahead and jump into muting this ad for everybody. And the political compass test. That's the first thing we're going to do. Multiple people have asked me throughout the years, take the political compass test, take the political compass test. So we are going to be doing that today. Let me go ahead and see if I can't jump into it real quick. Go to our online screen, jump into our political compass. Here we go. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and take the test. If you guys don't know what the political compass is, it is a test that allows you to determine, based on a series of questions, your political ideologies. And that in turn will help you to develop things like your government and your institutions. So as we continue on, please remember that this is something that's used by a ton of micronations, as well as just other political entities, to kind of gauge somebody's personal political opinion. So we're going to go ahead and do that for myself, for the Empire of Aeternia, and I recommend this being a first step to anybody that wants to understand better their own politics, whether that's micronationally or not. But here we go. We're going to have an immediate ad jumping into the test. Okay, so it says test. Before taking the test, please note that this isn't a survey and these aren't questions. They're propositions. To question the logic of individual ones that irritate you is to miss the point. Some propositions are extreme and some are moderate. That's how we can show you whether you lean towards extremism or moderation in the compass. Your responses should not be overthought. Some of them are intentionally vague. Their purpose is to trigger reactions in the mind, measuring feelings and prejudice rather than detailed opinions on policy. Okay, with all that, let's get started. Page 1 of 6. Just a few propositions to start with, concerning no less how you see the country and the world. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. I strongly agree with that, 100%. People should, as the people who are developing and pushing forward the majority of work in the world and development, yes, the humanity overall should be benefited over a particular entity, corporate entity. I'd always support my country, whether it was right or wrong. I'd say strongly disagree. You know what I mean? The reason that I have developed a micronation, I'd be surprised if any micronation would strongly agree with that. But people starting micronations are usually leaving other countries, so definitely not for us. No one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it. I strongly disagree, actually, simply because I'll say disagree. Because yeah, nobody chooses their country of birth, but you can still be proud of the country that you're born in, especially if you just develop a love for it over time. And in addition, some people they don't choose their country of birth, but they can choose their country. And so being proud of your country, especially in micronationalism, I think is something unique because of that. Our race has many superior abilities compared with other races. What the fuck? Strongly disagree. Ability is generally based on, your circumstances, your development, your personal interests. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I would say agree, but that certainly depends on circumstances. You know what I mean? I wouldn't always trust the enemy of my enemy because they may just be an enemy to me. But that can certainly be of benefit at times. Military action that defies. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. I jumped off so I could mute that. Military action defies international law is sometimes justified. Strongly disagree. Y'all know how we feel about war already in here. Don't even question it. We are not hype about war. We are not trying to develop micronational militaries or anything like that. Okay, there's now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. I disagree. I don't think that's worrying. There is a fusion of entertainment and information, for example, with comedians doing news shows. But that's funny and it's interesting, and sometimes it's a way to package a story. People are ultimately divided more by class than nationality. I would say agree. I would say agree. I think people are definitely more divided by class than nationality, simply because there's a bigger difference between a very, very rich U.S. citizen and a very, very poor U.S. citizen than the difference between a very, very poor U.S. citizen and a very, very poor Canadian citizen, for example. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. Disagree. I think you need to control inflation, but unemployment is super, super worrying for a nation. Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation. Also, while I'm doing this test, if you guys want to comment along and let me know what your thoughts on some of these are, please do, because some of these are getting me. Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulations. I do strongly agree with that. Yeah, corporations have not been the best when it comes to taking accountability for their environmental footprint. From each according to his ability, each according to his need is a fundamentally good idea. To some degree, I don't know. That's such a hard one. I'm going to say disagree for right now, but it depends. The freer the market, the freer the people. Strongly disagree. It is a sad reflection. I'll say disagree. It is a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled, branded consumer product. I do strongly agree with that. There have been plenty of Native American tribes, who have been fighting for the for water rights. There are plenty of examples of people who have water scarcity in their communities, and water should not be something that they have to afford constantly. It's part of surviving. Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold. I disagree with that. I agree with it. Dang, that's such a tough one, because I want to purchase land, but at the same time, I'm purchasing it for our country, and we're probably not going to have purchase of land internal to Aeternia. So that's such a difficult thing. I would say disagree simply because I am purchasing land as a government, but as a representative of a government, but technically, I would probably agree with that internal to Eternia. And that's the big way that you have to think about these things is, what your views are for your nation, for inside of your country, because that's ultimately where these politics are going to have their mettle tested, so to speak. It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society. I definitely agree with that. That's something that is a huge issue in the Empire of Aeternia, as far as how we feel about macronations. There are plenty of macronations whose most quote unquote successful citizens, some of their most prized figures, are people who just are banking on generational wealth rather than actually contributing and developing unique skills and talents to society. And that's part of why the Empire of Aeternia's strategy for development has been specifically based around citizen value and having someone's citizenship be worth a lot based on their merit, their contribution to society. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade. Protectionism. I want to Google that because I'm going to be honest, I'm ignorant of that. And don't be afraid to Google things. That's what we should realize in some degree. Nobody's going to know everything about politics. Nobody's going to know everything about economics. The theory or practicing of shielding a country's domestic interests from foreign competition by taxing imports. I would say agree. Yeah. Sometimes that can be necessary. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders. Strongly disagree. Companies should have some base moral standard that is connected to the law. Their social responsibility should be following the law, and the law should be based around social responsibility that reflects and positively benefits the society that they're in. So, corporations don't need to be moral for the sake of being moral. They need to be moral for the sake of obeying the law, which should benefit the people. So there's some social responsibility there. The rich are too highly taxed. I definitely disagree with that. I'm going to go strongly disagree with that. Those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care. Disagree. I'll say that to a point. You know what I mean? I think basic medical care should be something that is across the board for anybody. If you need any type of surgery, if you need any type of extensive long-term medical care, that should be provided to you based on your status as a citizen of a country, flat out, no matter what amount of money you make. However, if you're talking about long-term experimental procedures and things like that, if you're talking about really, really crazy stuff that, is being trial tested, and you are some rich billionaire or something who's actively trying to do that to extend your life by 5 years or something like that, I think that's kind of different, where that shouldn't necessarily be every single person's right, because if it is something that is incredibly risky and is something that they're putting lots and lots of money into anyway, that shouldn't force, scientific agencies, medical agencies, things like that, to be forced to administer these trial things on a wide basis when we don't know enough about them. So I think those sorts of things should be relegated to, what the wealthier in society can feel like they're getting their extra benefit and top off of for the money that they have. But ultimately, most, 90+% of medical care, cancer treatment, things like that, even those more expensive ones, should 100% be covered by the government. Ooh, I love this beat. Government should penalize businesses that mislead the public. Strongly agree. Yep. Again, they should follow the law. The law should be based on benefit to the citizens. A genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies. I agree with that. Yep. It can be an issue, when another company comes into your country and just starts taking over and dominating the market. That's why I also semi-agreed with that protectionism idea. If you have the cheapest product, that may be great, but if my entire economy is based on a similar product, then I'm going to say, well, I want my people to purchase our product and to help develop our industry. So there may be some internal tax on that. Abortion, when the woman's life is not threatened, should always be illegal. Strongly disagree. Pro-choice, 100%. All authority should be questioned. Agree. Yeah. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Disagree to some degree. I don't, for example, like murder. I don't believe in the death penalty and stuff like that. So that's a big thing for me. I also believe jail to be like needing to be rehabilitative rather than punitive. And I think that's a lot of what this question is about. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that can not survive on a commercial basis. Strongly disagree, especially during times of like crisis and war and famine and stuff like that. If that were the case, we wouldn't have all of the beauty of the Roman architecture and stuff like that, and the different findings from all over the world of ancient cultures and history that we have in these museums. A lot of them are propped up by governments, and so if it's just because somebody's not paying a ticket price to go see it doesn't mean it's not worth preserving and paying people to preserve. Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory. So that's weird. That's really weird. I would say agree, but the way that this is worded, I think it doesn't mean the way that I'm interpreting it. It's not meant the way that I'm interpreting it. So classroom attendance shouldn't be mandatory because we should have actual abilities for people to do things outside of the classroom. We should have, educational opportunities for people that are digital, for people that are hands-on, like a trade. So classroom, no, but at the same time, I don't think that's what they mean. I just think they mean, should education be mandatory? Should you be forced to go to school? Which I do agree with. You should be forced to go to school to some, level, but I also think that it shouldn't have to be in a classroom strictly. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. What the hell? No, again, really gross, like fascist rhetoric. No, definitely disagree. All people should have their rights, and all people should be together. All people should be able to intermingle and do whatever they want. That's just, not segregate. Like that's just all that is. Good parents sometimes have to spank their children. Disagree. I think there are other punishments and other, methods that are more effective, but I get you. It's natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents. Yes, I would say that that's probably true. Although I would say that's something that, let's get into parenting talk. Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense. I strongly agree with that. The prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs. Disagree. Simply because it should be to create value, but that's not necessarily in terms of a job. You know what I mean? There are plenty of things that aren't like, hiring positions that are still very valuable, certainly. And a lot of that is in creation, the creation of art and of cultural items. So I feel like that's short-sighted. People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce. Strongly disagree. That's super fascist idea. Because again, what is a disability? Like at that point, when you're talking about, just this blanket term of people with disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce. First off, you shouldn't control anybody's reproductive rights. Secondly, that's arguing anything from, the most like severe mental and physical handicaps all the way to something like depression or bipolar or schizophrenia or something like that. Like what determines an inheritable disability? Because there are lots of things that are inheritable. You know what I mean? If you have a higher tendency to murder or something, right? Should we just not allow you to be born because of that, regardless of whether or not you would actually harm anybody? I don't agree with that. The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline. Disagree. There are no savage and civilized people. There are only different cultures. Strongly agree with that. Yep. It's just different people doing different things. We've all been around for thousands of years. Our family lineages and stuff have crossed the earth many times. There's no reason for us to look down on each other's culture when we've all been struggling together. Even though we've been struggling separately, we've all been struggling to some extent on the earth together. Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society's support. Disagree. Again, depending on what is defined as work. You know what I mean? If it's just a job, like a hireable position, then I disagree with that. When you are troubled, it's better not to think about it, but keep busy with more cheerful things. Disagree. You should try and find the root issue of the problem and solve it. First generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country. Disagree. Again, as long as their cultures and stuff are respected, as long as they are able to bring to the table what their value is and are allowed to share that with others and have people genuinely accept that, I completely disagree. You know what I mean? There are wonderful, types of food and clothing and music and just ways of being, even just adopting and introducing a new language that isn't super popular in the area that you are. All of those things are incredible benefits that can be provided by immigrants, and that are things which 100% should make them feel completely accepted in their new society and to feel integrated. Their society should be homogenous in the sense of everybody agreeing with their citizens of that country, but how they represent that citizenship and their own identity should be unique to them, and they should be proud of that. What's good, and your society should promote that. What's good for the most successful corporations ultimately is good for all of us. Strongly disagree. Again, most corporations, like they talked about earlier, are really into profits and keeping profits for their shareholders. So that's how we see Amazon workers peeing in bottles and stuff like that. No broadcast institution, however independent of its content, should receive public funding. Disagree. Again, like NPR and stuff like that exists. So I actually strongly disagree because, it's just not true. And how you see wider society. Okay, so this is all societal questions. Real quick, I'm going to check our live chat, check in with everybody. We have 8 viewers. Again, I appreciate you guys joining in. Please make sure to like. Demoan Valnach says communism is cringe. Ooh, good to see you guys. Stefan says greetings from Snagov, my friends. Good to see you, Stefan. Arizona says how is China communist? Oh goodness, everybody's talking about communist micronations and communism this and communism that. People talking about North Korea. The Duke says my politics are enclosed from the people. The people should have their way of life without politics intervening. Laws are closest, but the Duke and the Senate. Decides. And the Constitution will be implemented to limit the power of the Senate and the Duke. Interesting. But see, that in and of itself is politics. You're like, I don't really get into politics or whatever with my people. But politics is just society. The decisions that people make as individuals in society and as a group in society. That's all politics. Living in and interacting with society by definition is politics. So, by saying you're shielding people from politics, that is a political take. And that's a politic. That is a political ideology that your nation is forming and developing. So people in your micronation, even if they don't, vote or they don't have any representation politically, they are still political by nature of agreeing with that. If everybody agrees with what you're saying, then they're still acting politically. Even if they don't, still acting politically. Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism. Agree, but that's such a weird take too, because I think a lot of the stuff that we do to curb, counterterrorism, to curb terrorism is like theatrics. But yeah, I do feel like there's stuff that is excessively curbing our civil liberties. A lot of the informational laws and things around collecting private citizen information, things like that. monitoring online activity. A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. I do agree with that. I don't. But a one. See, one party though, that's so weird. Like, yeah, I do agree with that. But it's just. I feel like that's a weird take too, because a one-party state makes it seem like everybody has to be homogenized into like agreeing with the same things, regardless of whether they agree or not. I don't think that's necessarily the right way to do it, but that's a different thing altogether. I don't like parties, period, but I am going to best approximate that to what I believe. Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need to be worried. I strongly disagree with that. That's like the Chinese Communist Party putting out surveillance cameras literally all over their country, and monitoring people and giving social credit scores based around, what people are doing in their society, whether in their own private time. The death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes. I do not support the death penalty. Nope, we're going to mute this real quick. Ooh. Okay. Let's keep going. In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded. Tough question. I'm going to go ahead and say disagree. I don't think it always has to be that way. I think there are certainly benefits to it in certain stages of development. Abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all. I disagree with that. Art is whatever people want it to be. That's such an abstract concept. It's weird to try and relegate art to one specific condition. In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. Strongly disagree. We just talked about that earlier. They're catching up to all my opinions. It's a waste of time to try and rehabilitate some criminals. Strongly disagree. The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist. Disagree. I won't say strongly disagree, because culture certainly plays a huge part and a nearly equal part as far as business and industry and stuff are concerned. But I think there is a certain directly, inherently economic benefit to manufacturing, say, that is different than art. But that doesn't, they interplay with each other, so that's a hard take. Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers. Ooh, they got that sexism. Gonna severely limit the output of their society because their production is gonna be only male or primarily male. Okay, multinational companies are unethically exploiting the plant genetic resources of developing countries. Plant genetic resources, like, creating GMOs and, exploiting, local plant life for, drug testing and stuff like that, like drug development. Is that the question? Probably. Like, yeah, I imagine so, with like agriculture and stuff, certainly. Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity. Disagree. You shouldn't just make peace with something if you feel like it's wrong. Test 5 out of 6. If you go through that, okay, you'll find these propositions on religion a breeze. Oh goodness, religion. Astrology can accurately explain many things. Astrology does not. I'm sorry. Science. I'm not down for astrology. You cannot be moral without being religious. Certainly disagree. Charity is better than Social Security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged. Charity is better than Social Security as a means of strongly disagree. Nope. Some people are naturally unlucky. Disagree. It is important that my child's school instills religious values. Strongly disagree. Separation of church and state. Finally, let's look at sex. Drama. Sex outside marriage is usually immoral. No, it's not. A same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption. Agreed. Strongly agree. Yep. Yeah, love is love. People should be able to do whatever they want. With respect to that. Pornography depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population. Strongly agree. Porn's fine. Porn is porn. What goes on in a private bedroom between consenting adults is no business of the state. Again, yeah, it shouldn't matter. No one can feel naturally homosexual. Strongly disagree. Again, that's that hate. That's that hate right there. They got that hate. These hate questions. See if you're hateful. These days, openness about sex has gone too far. Like, people need to be more prude. Strongly disagree. But could you imagine, though? Could you imagine? Aeternia. That's why we got this. That's why we got this ascot right here. Aeternia doesn't want you to see anything. Cover up. No risks. No nothing. Goodness. Let's see where I stand. Are you guys ready for the results? What do you think? Hold up. Before we get into it, first off, we have 12 viewers. Thank you guys for participating. If you could please like the video, it helps a ton. Helps us to get the message of the Empire of Aeternia, of our government, of our nation, of our people trying to change the world out there to the people who have no idea we're even doing it. We are a tiny mouse screaming out to the world, trying to get people to hear us, and we are hoping that you will be one of those to spread the message along with us. So thank you for helping us to push forward. And let's see what Aeternia's actual political stance is. What do you guys think it is? How do you think we're going to be developing as a nation because of it? And how do you guys like these beats? These are Pink's free for profit beats on YouTube. Boom. They're not an advertiser. I just appreciate their help. Okay, so we're going to read the About the Political Compass. The starting point of the original political compass was in 2001, when we recognized the inadequacies of the standard political measure, left or right. It's certainly fine for discussing economics, but to this day still widely and wrongly used to describe social attitudes. France's National Front, for example, is popularly described as far right, yet its economic policies have sometimes been to the left of even the French Socialist Party. The party's real extremism is in social attitudes. That's why we added a social scale. So there's authoritarian and libertarian, and then left and right. So economic scale is left to right, and then the social scale is the social scale is authoritarian to libertarian. Interesting. Nevertheless, the more nationalistic an authoritarian party or individual is, the more right-wing they're still labeled. This, of course, is absurd. Taken to its logical conclusion, it means that the further left a country sits, the more socially liberal its attitudes are. On that basis, North Korea must be a shining model of human rights and social freedoms. Conversely, a country may be very right-wing, i.e. libertarian in its economics, and be authoritarian at the same time, Singapore being a perfect example. The Index of Economic Freedom produced by the Wall Street Journal and Conservative Heritage Foundation hails Singapore as the economically freest nation on earth in 2021. On social scale, however, it's a very different story. Human Rights Watch details its reasons for finding Singapore a deeply authoritarian state. So let's look at a few nations on the chart. Okay, so this is going to be how different nations are scaled via this chart. We're gonna view which nation we are closest to. Okay, so on the authoritarian left, we have North Korea and China in the big red section there. On the authoritarian right, we have Saudi Arabia and Singapore in the blue there. For libertarian right, we have Uruguay and Switzerland. They're like, nobody is libertarian and left. They're like, it's not possible. You can't do it. Nobody exists there. This is the forbidden unknown zone. You can't exist as a libertarian leftist. This is interesting. Interesting takes they have. Let's see if we beat the impossible and do that. Probably not. I'm sure I'm fairly authoritarian and left. We're probably going to be in that North Korea category, but we'll find out. Let's see. Ooh, interesting beats. All right, let's jump back into it. Ooh, also, let me send this post on Instagram. Hey, it's been shared. Okay, cool. Uruguay is currently rated the 44th most free economy and leading Latin American social freedoms, from gay and lesbian rights legislation on cannabis. Switzerland also has the same high rating as a libertarian economy, while at the same time providing a wide range of social welfare programs in common with the Nordic states and a number of other Western countries. Goodness. With the exception of Hong Kong region, China maintains strong economic controls, though fewer than those associated with more orthodox ruling Communist Party. In recent years, China has shifted closer to the totally repressive social climate of North Korea, where the economy also under the absolute control of the state. Saudi Arabia has veered further toward a libertarian economy in recent times, but with no real relaxation of its sweeping authoritarian powers. Ooh. Economic left. Ooh, let's see where we sat. Hold up. Economic left right negative 6.75. So we're pretty left. Authoritarian, social libertarian authoritarian negative 6.51. Oh, we did it. We're in the unknown zone. We're in the unknown zone right here. Oh my goodness. That's interesting. It's also interesting that I'm considered like fairly libertarian. I'm surprised by that because I don't know. I agree that you should like challenge everything. I also agree that like it's one party state thing kind of not too bad, you know. Goodness, that's interesting. Okay, I'm in the unknown zone, the impossible area. Claim your free political compass certificate. Yes, please. Let's see what it looks like. Boom. I got my compass right here. I'm about to print that out. If you guys want, you should definitely follow along. Let me know what your political compass measures are. I'm going to be posting mine in the Discord, and we should hit it up. I'm going to go ahead and screenshot this. I'll do that. Cool. So I have my political compass test for the Empire of Aeternia. What is your guys? The questions that you saw in here are really driving home of particular points, trying to get you to think about for the future of your micronation. You may not have thought about what your opinion on abortion is, what your opinion on sex outside of marriage is, what your opinion on one-party states are versus, multi-party states. You may not have thought about social welfare programs as a part of your micronation. All of those things, I agree, are things that are kind of far out for a micronation to be discussing. A lot of them are difficult to really grab a hold of because they're not directly reflective of all of the intricacies of micronational life. Whereas, in somebody's birth nation, in somebody's macronation, a lot of the time they are going to be dealing with those large-scale issues because their governments are creating policies around them, whereas that's significantly more limited for micronations. But as your micronation develops, it is going to be pushing further and further in that direction. So as you continue to grow, you need to be able to pitch to people, hey, this is what my micronation is, this is what we do, this is why we believe what we believe. And whenever you become a citizen and grow with us, you're going to see us move further toward those values. One of the huge mistakes that I see micronations making all the time, and it really sucks to watch, is that micronations will, at any point in time, just hard switch on an ideology, or hard switch on their government type, hard switch on who they are, what they're doing, the direction they're going. And that really, really hurts them because it makes allies unsure of what you're doing, it makes your citizens unsure of what you're doing, and it makes everybody question, are you stable? Are you trustworthy? Are you a group that is understanding of its own direction? You know, if you're already flip-flopping on things like whether or not you're going to have free voting rights and things like that, freedom of speech, for example, in your micronation, then how are people going to trust you with, economic investment? If, you say, hey, I'm going to be starting a corn farm and I need $100,000 to plant corn and to grow this corn. I have a good market for it. We're going to be heavily competitive. It's like, oh, okay, great. But I notice your micronation is you and 5 or 6 other people, and none of you can ever agree on anything. You don't pass any policy. You're all in a different political party. You're all constantly fighting between each other. The form of government that you have is constantly changing because different political parties will get into power and will change the government. All of those things are big, big questions that you have to ask yourself as a micronationalist in determining how you're going to develop. Because if you can stick to one plan, and if you can try to develop and narrow your ideology, then you improve people's understanding of who you are and what you're doing. Marketing is really, really important for micronations because a lot of the time that is what a micronation is in somebody's mind. The quick pitch, the short explanation of this is kind of what they've done, this is who they are, this is what they're interested in doing in the future. And if you don't have your politics defined, who you are and what you're going to be doing in the future is not defined. People can look at your past history, but if your past history is scattered between different ideological extremes, then it's going to be really, really hard for people to make any predictions about your nation in the future. Again, that makes you a very, very poor investment for people. I would love to talk about micronations as investments at some point, economic development in micronations. But as for right now, these descriptions and these political compass tests, I think, are crucial for a lot of micronations in just getting that starting out stuff. People really, really underestimate how important just doing little pieces of research, little bits of homework, for example, on your micronation are, because they're trying to hit a certain milestone. As micronationalists, a lot of time we go, if only I could reach this many subscribers on YouTube, if only I could reach this much whatever, this many followers on Instagram, if only I could have this many alliances or this many citizens or this much money, then all of a sudden I will be successful. I will be in a place where nothing can stop me and there will be no roadblocks in my way. But as soon as you get to whatever that level is, you have new challenges. You have new issues that people are going to bring up to you. Have you thought about your nation's foreign policy? Have you thought about, for example, how your nation is going to interact with other nations who want to trade things, who want to have you support their social ideologies, for example? One of the things that we just did not too long ago on our streams was had the gathering of micronations, and we had a document, the rules of ethical micronationalism, that were developed under that and that people signed, that nations contributed to and put their names behind, which we have actually established as rules on our Discord now, which you can check out there. And we're also about to re-upload the document with some additional nation signatures on our website. That all being the case, that's something that those micronations at that time in their growth had to make a decision on. When they participated in the gathering of micronations, they had to say, well, hey, what are the things that I believe micronations should be doing? Are there ethics, are there morals to micronationalism? And if there are these the base morals that I would agree with? And they had to make a decision then and there as to whether or not they wanted to sign that document. Signing that document means showing your support and pledging your agreeance to a larger micronational movement, which could be a great thing for your nation. But the downside could be, if you don't agree with that, then you may be putting yourself in a position to limit what you can do in the future. So it really is an option of trying to weigh out the futures that are ahead of you. And it takes a certain level of political development to get to that point. If you don't have a certain level of political development and hope for how you see your nation's future and its production, its industry, and its culture, then there is no way for you to be able to make that decision. You become gridlocked. You don't take advantage of opportunities that would be presented to you. A lot of the time, the things that are pitfalls for micronations and the things that cause them chaos and ruin, like different election cycles, like different policy changes, like different social media exchanges, like foreign policy, all of those things that can become nightmare scenarios for micronations are just as easily, on the flip side, huge advantages and opportunities for their people. But it is the lack of coordination and the lack of self-understanding that ultimately causes their demise and ultimately causes all of those pros and all of those potential benefits of whatever they're doing to backfire on them and to ultimately hurt that growth and make them stagnant. And so that's the ultimate goal of this How to Micronation Politics talk, is the concept that as micronationalists, we should not only be encouraging each other to develop our cultures, to develop our economies, we should not only be asking our for example, other micronational leaders, people who we have considered peers what it is that their ideologies are. We should be talking to them about their opinions on current political issues in the world, for example, because a lot of the time you will find that your views may be drastically different from your neighbors, and that's certainly fine, but you have to make the determination on that. I have seen this happen time and time again with different micronations where, for example, one micronation will come out and say, hey, we've signed a treaty with so-and-so nation, and they'll give that nation a whole bunch of support. And then all of a sudden it'll be found out like, oh, that nation is like staunchly against gay people. That nation, has, really, really offensive views toward women or against people of color and stuff like that. It can be a huge issue and a huge stigmatizing issue for your nation to not understand its politics well and to not understand the politics of other nations. This is a lot of the time why micronations have a certain person in their government who is, their ambassador, their foreign advisor, their, dignitary, their liaison. Whoever it is that is supposed to be learning about these micronations and developing a political connection between your nation and other nations, that's the entire benefit of their existence, is specifically to tell you, hey, great leader of micronation, these guys over here have a great economy, but they are really against our political beliefs. Do you support them? Yes or no? Ooh, hey, great leader. A lot of our people really support this group and really want them to really want us to make connections with them, but that group doesn't have any economic abilities. Are we still going to support that? Are we still going to help them? Hey, great leader. There is a tension brewing between two different micronations, both of which are our allies. Based off of this particular moral dilemma. Which side of the moral dilemma are we on? The person who is that dignitary, that person who is that advisor, can bring you all of these situations, but at the end of the day, just like if you're playing a civilization game, just like if you're, playing a role-playing game or something, is like I want to say for like Dungeons and Dragons, almost like the DM, presenting you these problems, but you are the one who has to make the decision. And if you're not making an informed decision as a leader, you can be severely hurting your people. So, just as much as that person as well needs to be well-versed in those nations, they also need to be well-versed in your politics. Because let's say you as the leader are sick, or let's say there's something in which you are handling a situation and then you're needing them to take care of something else. Well, all of a sudden, if they get put in a position where right now they have to make a decision on behalf of your nation as to whether your nation supports or is against such and such thing, if they don't know enough about your nation, if you guys haven't described your politics, if you haven't shown them this political compass test, for example, for your nation, you could be in a very bad predicament where people start contradicting the message of your nation. A great example of this, a fantastic example of a huge problem people run into. Social media. We're on social media right now. We're on Instagram, Twitter, we're not on Facebook. We're on Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, Discord, YouTube, all the good ones, TikTok even. That being the case, when you are developing your nation, let's say you give your social media to somebody as a part of your government. Okay. So that person is now going to be writing tweets for you, for example, creating Instagram posts, messaging other nations that are going to be trying to contact you based on the different things that you're doing and the ideas that you have. That's great. If all of a sudden there's some breaking news topic that happens and that person is the first one on the scene to be talking about something, well, if you're libertarian left, for example, over here, and it all of a sudden is something about abortion rights or whatever, right? And the person in charge of your media is somebody who's very authoritarian right, for example, the opposite side of the spectrum. Your position may be something like it's the woman's right to choose, and everybody should have equal and open opportunity to get an abortion and to have family planning services paid for and stuff. And then their position may be against that. So that person posting something on your nation's behalf may be based off of their own opinion and based off of their own ideas. So it may be quote unquote off brand for your nation. And that can happen the other way too. There could be, for example, a theocracy, a nation that is based specifically on the values of their religion. A Christian micronation, or a Muslim micronation, a Jewish micronation, a Buddhist micronation. Even atheist micronations, I would say in some extent could be considered theocratic if their whole intention is based around that specific belief system. If every idea that they have stems from one particular religious belief system. But that being the case, a theocracy could have a situation where their foreign advisor, their diplomat, their Twitter media handler, whoever that person is, could be tweeting things out like, separation between church and state. And it's like that, by definition, that doesn't make any sense for your country. There can be really large issues with having a political system that is designed around the views of a leader, but not necessarily the views of the people. And so these are all things that you have to discuss. If you are going to have views that are, solely derived based on the initial institutions that the government has created, if you say, this is my micronation and I'm creating this government and this is what my political ideology is, that's great and fine. You have to make sure all your people are on brand, quote unquote. You have to make sure all these people understand that message, because if somebody is going to be the media manager person for you, and that's fine, you have to say, hey, regardless of your political ideology, can you keep these talking points in mind? Can you understand that these are our positions on things? And hopefully they can. But it's a conversation to have with that person. Either one, to pick somebody who already shares a lot of your beliefs in something, and two, to make sure that that person understands some of your talking points. A great way to do this would be to go through examples of questions like this for the political compass test, where you can even test the person who's going to be running your social media to see if they match up similarly with your ideals. You could show them how your nation answered those questions and how the traditional answers of that would be for somebody representing your nation. So that way they get an idea. Another potential pitfall in this similar category is that what if the person is the same political ideology than you, as you, but they are a lot more extreme? And that can certainly happen. You can say that you don't like, you can say that your nation is politically or economically isolated, right? You could say, oh, we only develop things within our micronation because we want to improve and secure our economy or whatever. You could be like, all of our industries, we don't want to be intermingled with other industries in the macronational world because it devalues our currency. We're trying to increase the value of our currency or whatever. And that could be your position, right? That, regardless of my take on that, you could have somebody who agrees with that position but goes to an extreme. Your social media manager may post, if somebody replies, hey, why can't I have an alliance with you? Or why can't I, trade with your nation? For a nation that's completely economically isolated, a response might be something like, hey, we just only derive value internally or whatever. Or, because of at this time, we're not seeking, foreign trade or whatever. But your media manager, if not savvy, and if potentially just thinking that they understand your take better than they do, could go more extreme. They could say something like, well, we don't associate with other nations because other nations are inferior, or because external products aren't as good as our nation's products or whatever. And that could cause on a micronational scale, an international incident. That's something that in and of itself can start a Twitter beef, can start issues between nations that can severely hurt them. If you have a beef with a really popular nation or something, you may see people leave your social media. You may see divides being caused. You may just get a lot more hate. These, again, are just some examples, but they are legitimate pitfalls that I have seen other nations take. These aren't things that are just conjurings of my imagination. They're things over the last 5 years of being a part of the micronational community and representing the Empire of Aeternia, even before I had this YouTube channel, but especially in the past 3 years of having this YouTube channel and developing it. We have talked to so many people, myself, other members of my government, in seeing our own struggles and difficulties, as well as seeing those of other nations, and seeing nations be destroyed by just one after another political slip up. And you may think, well, how does, something like somebody posting something weird on Twitter or whatever destroy a country? That doesn't make a ton of sense. It's like, well, if it's one after another, after another, after another, each individual one may be a little bit of a blow to somebody's, to somebody's community or their morale or whatever. At a certain point, though, it can become a poison. It can become deadly because it's killing that brand. It's killing what it is that ideology is. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be, that something offensive was said or that something incredibly divisive was done. All it has to be is something that is off message, that is disagreeing to the idea that people have in their head of your nation. So, for example, if you were a historical nation, right, you're a nation who really, really likes ancient Egypt, right? That's your whole nation. Your nation has always been talking about ancient Egypt, ancient Egypt, ancient Egypt. That's, the food has been based around ancient Egypt. The flag design is based around ancient Egypt. A lot of the symbols, you created your own language that's very similar to the cuneiform used in ancient Egypt, the hieroglyphs used in ancient Egypt. There are, specific designs for housing and architecture and art and stuff like that, music that are all based around ancient Egypt. You host a podcast talking about ancient Egypt. All of this is the defining feature of your nation for years. You associate with nations specifically in that region. And then all of a sudden your government comes out and it is a super, super liberal democracy. That would be surprising for people who are fans of ancient Egypt, that's what they felt like they were modeling after. But then those people may say, oh, well, they have this weird, like, American-style republic or whatever, but everything else is very ancient Egypt. You know what I mean? Like, that's fine by me. I can deal with that. That's a little off-brand, but that's not too big a deal. Then all of a sudden, your clothing for your citizens comes out, and everybody has a uniform, and you look at it, and it looks like a Star Wars uniform. It's like the Imperial Republic in Star Wars. It's a very modern military uniform. And you go, oh, well, that doesn't really feel ancient Egypt either. That's fine. I mean, it's not that big a deal, right? It's good. It doesn't matter that much. And you may get other people who are fans of that and will join in because of that, but it feels like a strange mix. It feels like you're taking away from this idea. And so that may be the straw that breaks the camel's back. There may be continual issues with that down the road. As your nation delves further and further into whatever its ideology is going to be, it needs to make sure that people understand that, because if not, it's going to drive them away very quickly once they realize that the thing that they thought your nation was is ultimately not what it is. So, first off, we have 6 people in the chat. I appreciate you guys hanging out for the full hour. That means a lot. Ahalov says, can I enter diplomatic relations with Aeternia? We have an alliance application. If you have not filled that out, you definitely should. It is on our website. If you haven't been to our Wix site, you should check it out. That has all the information you will need there to go ahead and apply for an alliance. There's even an alliance tab that you can click on that'll take you right to the form. But that's the way that we do foreign relations in the Empire of Aeternia. There aren't any there aren't any um, ways to just, open and enter foreign relations. We do it based specifically off of some mutual benefit. A lot of the time that's economic for us. So we are looking for nations that can specifically contribute something economically or of some other equal value to the empire. And there almost isn't a situation in which that's not economic, but I could see it happening. So again, apply for an alliance. We'll look it over. That essentially tells us why you're trying to connect with us, what the benefits could be, what your nation can offer, what our nation can offer your nation, and we can discuss from there. Because a lot of the time we've gotten requests for alliances and things, for example, where people are saying, hey, we want to give you have a metal trade, we want to sell you metal. And unless it's like a rare metal that we don't have, if you're trying to sell us gold or silver or something like that at a really cheap price, that may be different. We would certainly look into that, if it's a rare metal or rare materials. But selling us, for example, aluminum ingots, right? We make and sell aluminum ingots. So if you sold us aluminum ingots, there's no demand there. That's something that we produce and that we sell, and in fact is competitive to us. So if you say, my nation's whole industry is melting aluminum, making aluminum ingots, and then it's like, oh, cool, so now you've just told us you're a competitor, and now we have less interest in working with you because it's an economic conflict of interest to be working with your nation. And so learning more about the reason that your nation wants an alliance, what the thought process behind these foreign relations that you reach out with are allows us to better tailor our approach to the situation and allows us to understand how feasible those developments are for us. Because we want to provide some sincere benefit. It also tells us, if we're producing the same thing, that we can't offer you a ton of benefit, because the thing that we would be offering in return for whatever your valuable service would be metals. Not necessarily, but a lot of the time that would be the idea. So working with whatever our industries are, one of those big industries being metals. So that is a situation that can be tricky. Again, these are some of the ideas that they don't initially sound like why defining your politics would be important as a micronation, but they really, really, really are. Your politics as a nation will determine things like what your foreign policy stances are, whether you accept alliances or not, how you determine your own success even is developed by your politics, because the roadmap that you have for your nation and what its goals are, as far as long-term, short-term, as far as citizen development, as far as economic development, are all going to be based on how you see that future society you're building and what it is that future society entails as your politics. So as you continue on as a micronationalist, as you develop your nation, as you develop potentially another nation, if you are a part of a nation, if you're a citizen, that can be huge. Understanding your own politics within the politics of another nation, one, will let you know if that nation's a good fit for you, and more importantly, will allow you to understand what it is that will allow you to contribute to your nation. Because if you see a situation in which your nation has very, very specific political views that are maybe different from yours, you may find ways to add benefit to others in the nation who think more similarly to you. You can bring those up. You can also view that as an opportunity to check on and to sort of self-assess the efficiency of that nation's political development. If you notice, hey, the political ideology, I've just kind of been running through the political ideology of my micronation. I'm a citizen of the Empire of Aeternia, and I've been running through Aeternia's political ideology in the political compass test or whatever, and I notice that a lot of the stuff that we say versus a lot of the stuff that our political compass test says that we should say are different. So we need to update that. There's a problem with, how we market ourselves as very authoritarian, but we're very libertarian, actually. Could be potential issues. And those are things that concern citizens. People who have understood what the politics of your nation are can really accurately assess for you and can help you to develop. These are your culture people. These are your people who are going to be in that media marketing. These are the people who are going to be doing foreign relations for you. There is almost no role in a micronation, especially a new and developing micronation, that cannot benefit from learning about your politics and about the nature of the politics of your nation. You as a leader, if you're the leader of a micronation, certainly should be. If you haven't listened to the entire rest of this stream, you should have at least gotten. Leaders of micronations 100% need to be well versed in their own politics and the politics of their nation, because it's going to affect all of its development. Citizens should be well versed in the politics of their nation so that they know what they're doing, they like the nation, and so that they can provide those improvements and even point out flaws in that nation's politics. Excuse me. And one of the other huge benefits to developing your nation's politics and to underlining what it means to be a part of that nation is simply that you can start to define alternative scenarios. When we were talking previously about all of these issues that could be brought up, whether it was on the political compass test where they were asking you things like, should sex outside of marriage be legal or whatever, or is that moral? Those questions are hypotheticals that may be brought up in particular scenarios, and you can try to guess and discuss how you would react to those scenarios. But what becomes an even more elevated form of doing this, a next level, if you will, is to design questions based around your own political ideology. If you get good enough at this, you can start to create talking points and start to develop marketing that is specifically based around brand awareness, based around the development and the purposes that you are trying to forward. When you create the ideology that your nation is under, when you create your nation's politics, that is a basic setting description for this script you are writing in your nation. You are defining all of the traits and attributes that go along with your nation as if your nation were a character in a film or a book or whatever. And then those actions can usually help to direct what that character would do or say. A lot of people who write books will just, or TV shows or whatever, write scripts, will write down basic characteristics and traits of a character to outline that character's previous life up to the point of the story, to help us to understand their mindset a little bit. And then once they have that, writing dialogue for that character becomes a whole lot easier, because all you have to do is say, well, if I believed like this, and if I thought like this, and if this was my situation, this is how I would react. And so that certainly allows you to move forward with a lot of things like, okay, well, now I've thought about, let's say you're, back to the Egyptian nation or whatever. Well, now I have understood my nation's political ideology a little bit, my cultural ideology. Now I can start to do things that are on brand, like saying, hey, we're going to start doing a regular month of celebration of ancient Egyptian holidays. We're going to start adopting ancient Egyptian foods. We're going to start, to develop games that are similar to the games of ancient Egypt. We are going to be taking deep dive analysis into why the people of ancient Egypt did different things and what the equivalents would be in modern day. All of those concepts are things that just start to spur off the top of your head once you understand your nation's ideology, once you understand how it develops. And then that makes your talking points really, really easy, because all you have to do is say something that fits inside the box of your politics, fits inside the general ideology that you have come up with and developed for potentially years of that nation's development. This isn't something that just happens overnight. This is something that gets, again, more fine-tuned as you grow your nation, as you get more citizens, as people challenge you, as you have to answer these questions for yourself, and ultimately, as you start to prepare for the larger goals that your nation has. Ultimately, sometimes failure, you know what I mean? There are plenty of opportunities in micronationalism to develop something, to have it progress to a certain extent, and then to realize that because of the continual politics that you're trying to create, because of the way that you want to develop your citizenry, the way that you want to develop even the layout of your nation, the physical architectural planning of something may halt or stop some project that you've been building for a really long time. We talked about investments, economic investment earlier. It sucks if you're in a situation where you have been developing an industry, for example. Let's say you put a ton of effort into a trash disposal industry, right? You're like, oh, well, my nation is very eco-friendly, and so we are going to create a trash disposal program where we come and we clean up all of the trash for micronations. We'll go by and we'll pick up all your trash, and that'll be how we clean up the environment. So you start collecting trash from people, and then you quickly realize, well, we have some land. We can put, some of the trash on that land till we figure out what to do with it. We can maybe make some things out of some of it and resell some of it. We can restore some of it and resell it. And then all of a sudden you start realizing, hey, I'm running out of space. And you start realizing, hey, I have to do something larger with some of this trash. Well, you're an ecological micronation, you're an environmental micronation, so you don't want to necessarily throw it away. That's what other people were going to do originally, and that was supposed to be the benefit of your service, right? Is you're getting rid of this trash for people in a way that's ecologically friendly, that's potentially economically friendly for them. So what's next? What do you do? Do you continue that industry that you now realize has cost you a lot of time and money to develop, but also could potentially be counter to your political ideology, where people could say, if they all of a sudden found out that you have tons and tons of trash piles all over your land because you decided to take on that industry for people, that could be a major blow to all of the marketing that you've been putting out, trying to get people to come and join your ecologically sustainable micronation. And so in doing that and thinking about those ideas, you can potentially stop yourself from losing a significant amount of money in investments that ultimately become conflicts of interest for you. Again, whole different talk. There's an economic side of that in and of itself that can really use a thorough cost-benefit analysis. That's something that I would hope to do in the future. But it does suck. It does suck to have that realization in micronationalism and to not really have a great opportunity to fix it. When you develop a micronation, things are pretty much full steam ahead. You start it, you come up with the basic tenets of it, and then as you develop that micronation, you are doing it along for the ride yourself. You have some control over what happens, but pretty much you're trying to direct a speeding bullet. You are trying to curve this thing that already has momentum. Hopefully it has a lot of momentum. If you are truly developing a nation and you're trying to do something that you hope to cause widespread change, then there needs to be some situational awareness for how you're going to do that, and what success looks like. But that doesn't always happen. Foresight, hindsight is 20/20. Foresight is a rare talent. So as we continue developing our micronations, as we continue to make this world a better and better place, we need to understand that about ourselves. And it's brutal. It's brutal to see micronations fail because they just didn't have some of those tenets well accepted in themselves. Also, Million Hawk says, hey, hello Million Hawk, it's good to see you. Empire Flavium says, oh wow, I'm in the center, but leaning a bit more to the right. Very cool. Homegrown Gamer Kid, that's Onyx, says, my economic is 0.63, my social libertarian authoritarian is 0.97. Ooh, hold up, let me go back to this thing. Let me see where everybody's at. So we're going back to the online screen. We have this jammy beat. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's look at the comments here. Homegrown Gamer Kid said economic is 0.63, so slightly more to the right. So they're somewhere, over here, kind of between the blue and the purple. And then they say, but just a little bit, and then say negative 0.97 for authoritarian libertarian. Oh, interesting. So they're like kind of here in the purple. They're like right on the top left edge of the purple. That's interesting. Okay. Gore says they're going to have a major expansion soon. What kind of expansion are you going to have, Gore? Million Hawk says, I missed the political test. I'm sorry. I would like to have you go back and watch it. Let me know what you think about it and how we did. Let me see. Sabotage said, I have to leave because I am meeting up with a Sabin Supreme Court member for diplomatic reasons. Good luck. I hope it works well. And again, come back and watch this stream after you do so, because I'm curious to see how your nation's politics will affect your diplomatic approach to whatever this issue is. Also, do you have your nation's political ideology understood well enough to tackle the problems that you're facing? Sometimes I will run into that issue with the Empire of Aeternia. We are a pretty well-developed micronation, if I do say so myself. We are a nation that has been for years thinking through and working through a lot of its problems politically and where it stands ideologically on a lot of issues. But at the same time, there are plenty of things that all of a sudden will hit me in the micronational world, and I go, oh, I would have never thought about that. I need to pretty quickly start determining some things about that so that I can figure out what's going to move us in the right direction for our nation. A lot of this comes just because of a scale. Again, as your micronation grows, the problems are going to be different. They're going to expand with that scale, but usually you can kind of see things a little bit ahead. There's a very rare number of things that actually surprise me as a micronationalist now and as a government leader. But again, every time you scale, you'll realize, there's something I didn't think about. And you have to make those quick last-minute corrections. And having this prep time and understanding what it is that you're doing for your nation really, really helps. If you want to talk about Aeternia is big into the environment. We are big into technology. We are big into social welfare and human rights. So that being the case, a lot of our micronation is about trying to do the right thing for the people that we are protecting, for the people that we are supporting, and for the people who are helping us to develop. So we're trying to do that more efficiently. We're trying to do that with better intention. We're trying to do that with more economic weight behind it. So in all of those instances, we have to think very, very carefully about, well, as we develop and as we, start to approach people for different positions in our micronation, as we start to determine a lot of our own initial developments for industries and stuff like that, are we doing that in an ethical way for our people? Is that something that allows our people to get benefit from that? Hopefully immediate benefit. Does the benefit that our citizen receives from the work that they do scale properly and proportionally with how well we are doing as a country? You know what I mean? We don't make a lot of money as the Empire of Aeternia, and everything that we do make is thrown directly into our land purchase fund, as you guys have heard me talk about time and time again on the channel. We're going to go to Aeternia. There we go. One of the cool things is we've grown large enough. If you just Google Aeternia, we're the first result, which is awesome. It used to be a band. I want to bring up a couple things. We have our land purchase funding right here, 1365 out of 10,000. We are 13% of the way to our land purchase goal, which is insane. Almost to a fifth, almost to 20% of our land purchase funding. All of the money that we get from Support of Us goes to here, and when you think about that, the amount that citizens are benefiting from this, getting free sticker packs, getting, little items that can assist and help them as we continue to grow, I think is reasonable, but still needs to be scaled up more. And so that's what we're looking at right now. And these are one of the big questions that really defines our politics and what our beliefs are, is, hey, as we continue to grow and develop, what is the proper benefits for somebody developing things for us? What is the proper payment for that person? And so for us in this scale, I think the biggest move that we're going to be going for is independent contracting. That's again a whole discussion in and of itself. That's a whole video in and of itself. But we're going to be trying to start paying people for their work with a very individualized means. So essentially, we want to give people the maximum amount of freedom and flexibility to do what they need to do to develop. And that's ultimately what we're going to be pursuing. And the way that we're going to do that is by allowing those people to work when they want, produce as they want, and just have to hit production, quotas, so to speak. Where we're not telling them when they need to have it done necessarily. We're telling them when they need to have it done, but we're not telling them when they have to work. So, whereas in a normal employment, you would be told, come in at 9 a.m., leave at 5 p.m., this is what you do from day in to day out. You have a boss that sort of instructs you throughout the day, or gives you guidelines for how you need to do things, may change the project that you're working on and stuff throughout the day as well. We're not hiring hourly employees or salaried employees, so we're not looking at that route. Instead, we want to take the benefits that people have to contribute to our nation, and instead to use those as a way to benefit them, without necessarily making that an hourly wage. We couldn't afford to pay people a lot for an hourly wage, and we also couldn't afford to pay them very regularly. So if we had somebody paid, $12 an hour or something like that, we would only be able to pay them for a couple hours of work at a time for maybe potentially long swaths of time, because our national economy is only at $1,400 almost. So as we continue to develop, we have to find ways that are reasonable to give benefit to those people and to get benefit out of it. And I think that independent contractor system is going to be the best way to do it, where we can have those people directly negotiate what they feel is valuable for one unit of their own production. So they can say, hey, I'm the person with the talent here. I'm the person who's making the decisions. This is what I think one unit of my time is, or what unit of my value is worth. So instead of placing that in a time period, you are placing that in specific amount produced. So that way, if that person wants to work a whole bunch and produce a whole bunch of stuff for us, that's certainly great for us and we want that, but it also gives them incentive because it increases the value that they get out on the back end. It increases the volume of the amount of money that they are getting. Whereas on the flip side, somebody who just wants to produce every once in a while to kind of help out when they can do that and not feel obligated or feel like they're going to lose their position because they weren't efficient enough or whatever. It's allowing people to work at their own pace and to do things in the way that they want. It also allows us to keep up with a lot of modern employment institutions that are changing. For example, a lot of people really like office work, and that's the way that they have developed and designed their businesses. But more and more businesses are becoming online, more and more businesses are accepting remote work. So that's something that we really want to focus on as a micronation, is not being in the past. We are an advancing micronation. We're a micronation that is based around technology and the importance of technological and economic social advancement. So that being the case, we don't want to be stuck in the past. We don't want to say, all our employees are people who show up to the office and punch a time card and, work 9 to 5. These are going to be people who are developing their own businesses, their own industries within Aeternia. These are the people who are investing on the ground floor right now, and they are the people who need to be benefited based on the amount that they are contributing to our growth and development at any one time. That's also going to allow those people, if they start making enough money, in developing these industries and proving that they're successful in Eternia, to actually then turn around and potentially hire their own subcontractors, to independent contractors, to help them to develop their own economies, their own economic situation, I should say. This can be something that is beneficial as well to our foreign policy, because we can hire independent contractors as citizens. We may also be able to hire entire nations as independent contractors to do specific things for us. The amount that we would be doing for stuff like that would be very limited, certainly, because of course we want to develop our own nation first, and to give a lot of opportunity to those people who truly want to be citizens and to dedicate first and foremostly to our nation. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to be offering some of that up to micronations as well. And that's something, again, that we've been trying to develop and trying to cultivate a true answer to for a long time, maybe for the past year, even though we certainly over the past year didn't have the money to do so and didn't have a proper way to advance that. It's been important for us to look at that, because now that we're getting into the timeline that we're looking at now, and potentially over the summer, potentially for the next year or two, that's going to be a time where we can start to make those initial moves, and that is where we can hopefully see some benefit for those looking to make that development for Eternia. Nabak says, hello, Emperor AP. It's good to see you, Nabak. How are you? Thank you for hanging out. And again, please make sure to like this stream. Mike Plays 30 says, hi. How are you, Mike? Mike, is there a game called 30 that you play, or are you 30 and you're playing the game of life? What's the question here? I'm trying to figure it out. Gorth says, hi, Beliga. It's good to see you, Gorth. It's good to see you, Beliga. Beliga says, sorry I'm late. That is all right. I am excited to have you here. Oslov says, what do you think about Mustashistan? We've talked about this already on the stream. Mustashistan is like the fake nation that Malasia created, similarly to our Federation of Butthurt Babies. It's funny, you know what I mean? It's an interesting video. Gore says, bruh, Olav. Elijah Wood says, retracted, and then said, I'm economic, left, right, 1.63. So that would be, let's go back to our political compass. Da-da-da. Okay, so he said 1.63, left, right, and then negative 7.15. Okay, so 1.63 would be significantly over to the right, and then negative 7.15 would be significantly down. Okay, so very in the purple. They're very in the purple. They're like over here somewhere. I guess I need to zoom in. They're over here. They're in that part. They're very much so in the purple. That's very cool, though. How does that affect the development of your nation, though? Elijah, I don't know if you have a nation in and of yourself. If you do have a nation, how does that affect the development of your nation? Being very right, very libertarian, is that more of an anarchist style nation? Is that more of a, goodness, because it's very libertarian, but it's also very right. Is it, definitely supporting like free market values, I imagine? This is the other thing, even talking about like alliances and the potential for somebody to connect to your nation with their, foreign policy and stuff like that. This is a huge benefit. This is something that I might actually add to our alliance application. So if you guys have not gotten your alliance applications in, I definitely recommend that you do. For those of you who are going to be doing it in the future, this is probably something that we're going to add, is this political compass, because again, it tells you so much. You can start to guess a lot of things about the way that a nation is developed and what their interests are in the future, based solely on their politics, based solely on the score that they have given to themselves for their own social and economic development. So I love that about politics and about this test. People are essentially self-reporting their own they're self-reporting their own interests, and that is huge in politics. That's huge in national, state, governmental development. This is something that is almost your cheat sheet when it comes to being the leader of a nation. You know what I mean? Understanding what these terms mean, understanding the political landscape allows you a roadmap to how to interact with different nations, how to handle political situations internally, and how to ultimately appease the people that you are developing for. Your nation, if you've ever seen CGP Grey, I believe it is, their video Rules for Rulers, they talk a lot about the concept of the keys to power and about making sure that you keep people happy and that you pay people well, because if you don't, then they'll turn on you and they'll give your power to someone else. And that's very, very true, and that's very effective to think about. But all of that underlines the general idea of know your politics. What are the interests of the different interest groups in your nation? How does how does a person's individual politics affect their station in your society, and how does a nation's politics affect their position on the global stage? Understanding that allows you to understand every level of what you're going to be dealing with as a leader. And in order to make sure that you don't crash your nation into the ground, you have to have that roadmap. You have to have that navigation ability. Gore says, Gorth's economy is really bad. I don't know what to do about it. Let's talk about it, Gorth. Hit us up. If you email us or Discord us, give us a rundown in the description. Maybe we can do a video where we discuss, among other economies and among other micronations, Gorth. We can discuss Gorth and its issues. We can talk about common economic or political issues that micronations deal with. Give us the rundown. If it seems like something that other nations have had similar experiences with or problems with, we'll discuss it. We'll make a full live stream about it. Also, we have 10 viewers. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. If you could like the video, it means a ton to us, and it helps us to grow. In addition, that 10 viewers right now is helping us to get a stack load of watch time. If we hold on for like 3 hours, if we kept 10 viewers, we'd have 30 watch time hours. Right now, we are almost to 3,500. We are at 3,463 right now in terms of our watch time. We did have it around 3,470, but we have been trying to invest in a lot more high quality edited content for you guys. And actually, there's something else that I'm working on pretty quickly. A number of other things, I should say, that will go in line with that. So if you guys are interested in seeing the improvement of the channel, the improvement of the quality here, please definitely help us out with these watch time hours. Watch other videos, hang out in our live streams like you guys are doing, and help us make history, guys. I want to hear from you in the comments. I want to see everything that everybody's doing. The more that we talk, the more that we develop our nations together, the more that we learn what the community wants, the more that we learn how we can develop ourselves, all of which ties back into the theme of politics. Again, huge roadmap, super important. Elijah says, I'm closer to libertarian. Yeah, absolutely. It seemed like that from your political compass test. Homegrown Gamer Kid said, same, me too, lol, yes. Baliga says, last year I was exactly in the same place as you in the compass. Oh, interesting. Baliga says, Aeternia and Baliga will agree on a lot. Hey, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. That's a huge concept for creating alliances as well. That's why I was saying we might put that on our alliance application, because as soon as you see that in a different micronation, okay, so there's a lot of things that we agree upon. We can make joint policy together that's going to be fairly easy to recognize in each other's nations. There's going to be joint interests that we have simply because we're pursuing similar avenues in our development. If you are trying to find nations to develop, renewable energy sources, you need investment because you're creating a huge dam or whatever, right? And you're going to create a hydroelectric power system from a dam, and you need, $10,000 worth of support, let's say, for some strange reason, $10,000 worth of support. And so you're looking at other nations and you're trying to figure out, well, how am I going to get other people to sign on board to this? Well, if you know those nations' politics, you know which ones are going to be more environmentally friendly and environmentally conscious nations. So you can say, hey, this looks great for your PR. If you support this to any degree, if you support it with $1, you know what I mean? You can say, hey, we're supporting the new renewable resource project that's going on by such and such nation. And that builds hype, that builds promotion, that builds interest in that project. But then in addition, you can turn around and say, hey, well, we can also take all of these environmental nations and then look at which ones have the highest, most well-developed economies, and you can pitch specifically focused opportunities and ideas to them. You know, you may be able to say, hey, we will give you a certain amount of this energy that we produce from this in exchange for a certain monetary investment up front. There will be certain perks to you on the back end that are interesting to your nation and its development because of your investment in that. And it makes your job a lot easier because in previously understanding, you are looking at a large swath of nations. When you enter micronationalism, especially now that there are so many micronations out there, you are getting on the subreddit, you're getting on Twitter, you're getting on Instagram, and you are looking for people to support your nation, support its values, from just a blank slate of people, just a whole bunch of different nations with a whole bunch of different ideas all over the world with all different goals in mind for that moment. Once you start to get them to answer some of the same questions and show you stuff like this about their political compass, well, now you have a way to easily sort and identify those nations. More or less the same points we've been talking about earlier, but more so to the point that you are allowing yourself the opportunity to make change for your nation by allowing your citizens even to be able to identify more friendly micronations to their ideas versus others. Even, the concept of having citizens, the likelihood that a citizen will leave or stay in your nation can be entirely determinate on their politics. That's something that can be very difficult as well. So thinking about the way that your nation develops can develop all of these different aspects of it, but can even develop its own politics because, its politics can develop its politics, ironically, because it's this idea of self-focus. It's this idea of saying, well, is my micronation going to focus on being as supportive of all different types of ideologies as possible? And so we're going to say, hey, it doesn't matter if there's somebody who's super right or super left, super libertarian or super authoritarian who are a part of our nation, because ultimately we're going to try and cater to all of them. Whereas then you might find people who are on the fringes of this thing, people who are in the corners or people who are on the sides of this box that you see here. They might not be favorable of that because they're saying, oh, well, everything's so centrist, everything's so, forced into agreement that it's not progressing the very progressive, very extreme, whatever ideologies that I support. And so they may leave because of that. Whereas you may be, in favor of a lot of that centralized support. It may give you a larger total in your citizenship. However, you may find the opposite, where if you have very extreme ideologies baked into the foundation of your nation, if you say we're not going to have any carbon emissions, we're not going to be, we have a 100% social safety net, there is no, nobody has to work, everybody is, everything's paid for everybody, everybody's taken care of by the government. If you say things like that, and then, oh no, ad. So if you are developing in that way, in a very, let's say, extreme left-leaning, then if the majority of your citizens are also extremely left-leaning, it is probably not going to be super beneficial for you to say, well, we're going to make all our policy decisions as centrist as possible, because then you are going to make a lot of people feel like, well, the majority of people in this nation, 80-90% of it, something like that, are all very for these very progressive, very liberal ideas. But the 5, 10, 15, 20%, whatever, that support more right-leaning or central ideas, are also getting pretty much a fair share, like not a fair share, an even split of that support and of that recognition. At that point, that may drive a lot of your citizenship away or prevent a lot of people from joining you. So by making those slight adjustments to your politics and understanding a little bit better what your target audience there is, your citizenship, the people who you are trying to appeal to are, you can ultimately improve the situation in your nation, and that may unlock something that you feel like you've been missing all this time. You could have been, developing a nation for years and years and gone, I don't understand why we're not getting any citizens. I don't understand why we're not making any money. I don't understand why we're not able to grow like we should. Why aren't people paying attention to our posts? Why aren't people doing this and that and the other thing? And it could ultimately come down to you've been preaching to the wrong choir. You've been talking to the wrong group of people, and you've been doing it in a way that subverts your own ultimate goals. And people are very, very smart. They will latch onto that before you because they know that they can see from maybe their political experience, maybe from understanding this political compass, or maybe just from common sense. Hey, if you're going down a road that is going to be antithetical to what you're trying to do, it's probably not going to work super well. And so I'm going to save my investment for a nation that knows where it's going and has an active plan, a logical plan to step forward those developments. People like betting on winning horses. People like developing in a way that feels successful and that shows them proofs of the way that they will achieve their goals. It feels easy then, it feels natural then to jump into a group that you feel like has a clear-cut direction and that supports you in what it is that your interests are. And it's really hard to join a group that you feel like is opposite to your beliefs, opposite to your ideals, and does not in any way give benefit to who you are as a person. In fact, that again can spark rebellions and things like that. We have plenty of micronations all the time who end up having these situations where they're like, yeah, so my nation fractured into like 3 different nations because all the political parties up and decided that we weren't representing them enough, so the second and third biggest political parties in our nation combined together to form a different state, and 30% of our population left, or 50% of our population left, or whatever. That may have been able to be entirely prevented had that person or had that government adjusted their politics maybe to better suit the people that they needed to represent in those other parties, or maybe if they had taken a more strong stance in their politics from the beginning and limited the powers of those other parties, or limited the scope in which politics can be practiced in their micronation, they may have just prevented those people from becoming citizens in the first place. Which you would think, what, preventing citizens? That's a bad thing. You don't want to limit the amount of people who are going to come and contribute to your nation. You don't want a lack of diversity in ideas, and I do completely agree with that part. You should want as many different diverse opinions as possible, but at the same time, if you're trying to achieve very specific, or even more so, very extreme goals, you certainly do not want to be pulled in different directions. It becomes very inefficient to have people who are staunchly opposed to all of your ideas all the time. And so it can be better to have fewer citizens who agree on the idea and approach that a nation is taking, who are all going to work together for that, rather than to have a whole bunch of citizens who are constantly arguing and bickering about the right way to go. This is why, in my mind, I have issues with a lot of democratic micronations, and why I feel like it's very difficult to develop a successful democratic micronation, is because people think about democracies in a micronational sense in the same way that they would think about macronational democracies. And they'll say, well, everybody needs to have every single type of political ideology represented in our nation. So, there needs to be a communist political party. There needs to be, a real strong right-leaning political party. There needs to be religious political parties. There needs to be political parties based on, ethnicity or national origin or whatever, and representative of those particular ideas. But that's not necessarily true at all. If you know that your nation is going to be particularly right or left leaning, particularly authoritarian or libertarian, you can more easily identify how tight knit a group of parties you want to have. If you are going to have a democratic micronation, and that's what you're hell bent on, that may be fine, but maybe make sure that as far as these squares that you see right here, sorry, I actually pulled away from that screen. Let me jump back. As far as these squares that you see right here, maybe your political parties as a micronation should try to fit between one or two of these squares. You know what I mean? If all your political parties fit in one square, that means that even ones that are on opposite ends of the same square will have differences, and they may vote against each other, but they will be marginal differences. They will be, small differences that still allow for large-scale cooperation and development, a higher efficiency when trying to develop the primary basic necessities and functions of the nation. Whereas, if you have, say, two of these squares that are well filled, you want to make sure that they are squares that are adjacent to each other and that are directly adjacent, and not ones that are completely opposed to each other. For example, if you had your political parties be in the red and the blue, where they're both authoritarian, but there's more left-leaning authoritarians, there's more right-leaning authoritarians, or vice versa, the green and the purple, where you have more left-leaning and right-leaning libertarians, or even based on economics as well. You could say, the red and the green would work well together, where there's some authoritarian, some libertarian, but everybody more or less agrees on an economic left. The same thing with blue or purple, authoritarian or libertarian, but everybody agrees more so on the right. Those are still going to be harder political parties to work with, especially with a micronation just beginning, because they are going to be more staunchly opposed. Somebody who is very authoritarian is going to have difficulty agreeing with someone who's very libertarian, or somebody who's very left is going to have a lot of difficulty agreeing with someone who's very right. But it can still happen. Just again increasing the difference. But there are some micronations who will completely goof it, and I've seen it before, where they have very, very authoritarian, like they'll have red and purple, or they'll have blue and green, where they'll have very, very left authoritarians and very, very right libertarians who are trying to make policy decisions together, and it doesn't work because they want, by definition, the opposite things. One of them's like, I really want the government to regulate all businesses and industries, and another person being like, no, everything should be business. The government shouldn't run anything. Everything should be free market. And those people are always going to try and outdo and undo each other's policies. So there's no reason to have that system set up to be developed in that way, because you know that for your micronation, even though it will be technically very representative of all the people in your nation, it will also be something that is very, very inefficient for developing any decisions based on your nation. And for a micronation, these decisions may need to happen like that. You can say, well, so then what I'll do is I'll have a democracy, but I will make it one that has a very, very strong head of government. We will give a lot of executive power, for example. So we have a president, and that president is voted on, but once that president's in office, they can use their executive powers to do a lot of stuff so that they can bypass a lot of the voting. To me, I argue that's not super democratic, but also I think it's a situation where, again, that can lead to a lot of problems for a nation, because if you still have this very, very strong split between the political ideologies of these different parties, then you will still have the position where the president that enters in one election may have a whole bunch of policy decisions and a whole bunch of executive powers that are described and are defined and are set in place in their term, and then the next person could just come and undo those. Those are huge problems that we have in American democracy. Those are huge problems that a lot of Western democracies have as macronations. And those things are things that happen on 4-year, 5-year, 10-year scales, something like that. Imagine in decades of development. Imagine what's happening in a micronation where things are changing like base governmental definitions, the way that someone should expect to have their human rights interacted with, for example, in a micronation, that may change in the span of a week. Somebody may be in and out of office in a couple months or in a year or two. That can be huge destabilizing issues in a micronation. And so even talking about the hard mode micronationalism, even talking about the most difficult to create and define micronations in the world, you still have such a benefit, regardless of your play style in micronationalism, regardless of the type of build that your micronation has, to use like MMORPG terms, or to use really just RPG terms, you are creating a sincere benefit for yourself if you just understand what it is that your nation's politics are. And it's not always going to be the same. It's not always going to be the same logic that is used to achieve the different goals and interests of a nation. Some nations will have ethical dilemmas with each other and stuff that are based around that. But as long as you understand what it is that your nation's ultimate goals are, based around those politics, it will help a lot. Multiple people jumped in. Master Dionite said hello. Hello, Master Dionite. It's good to see you. I am excited to see more about like drawings and designs and stuff for the clothing. I know you were talking about developing your own clothing as well. I'm excited to see the mock-ups that you come up with for Aeternian clothing. Baliga says, I have not taken the test since last year, so I should take it again. I would love to see what happens. Elijah says, Baliga, I would recommend you take it again. Your political opinions on things could have changed. Very true. Regularly updating that, and like I said, having citizens update that, having other micronations that you interact with update that, really important. Olav says, goodbye. It was good to see you, Olav. A homegrown gamer kid said, what, me? I'm very curious as to what that refers to. Baliga says, we deal with this by having no part. Hold up. Sorry. Baliga says, last year I was exactly the same place as you. Elijah said, I'm in the middle of the first and second line on the right. Oh, very cool. Let me see. Baliga said, just submitted an alliance application. Thank you, Baliga. That means a lot. Baliga says, we deal with this by having no parties and one leader coming up with policy. Citizens make things to grow the nation and vote on the leader's policy. That does make a lot more sense. Okay, so Baliga is saying they have a republic, and the way that they deal with their republic is they have one leader, so the leader is not voted in. Right, you don't have a representative, democracy, for example, where you have, or a republic in the sense of, representation, elected representation. The leader is who the leader is. It's one defined leader. I imagine it's you, Baliga, and that leader then makes those decisions, and those decisions can be voted on by the community. It sounds like. They're saying citizens make things to grow the nation and vote on the leader's policy. But that's interesting. So then if people disagree with the leader's policy, which may be hard, does that overturn their policy? For example, how does that work with quick decisions? If all of a sudden you say, we are not going to accept the Aeternian Empire's alliance proposal or whatever, like if something like that happened, and you said, your executive said, oh, we're not going to accept that. And then all of a sudden, all of your people said, oh, no, we do want to accept that or whatever. And then it turns out that the act of like denying that in the first place created a situation where you ended up losing that opportunity, right? An alliance application or something like that is one example, but there can be plenty of examples of that. Even something like a Twitter post or something where you post a particular opinion about something, and then all of a sudden all of your people say, no, we actually didn't believe that didn't represent us. Their voting could maybe undo that, but it wouldn't undo the consequences of it. It wouldn't undo the thing that initially happened. So I'd be curious to see how that affects Baliga politics, where it's like people are trying to vote to make change in their nation, but they can only vote on policy after it's been pre-established by the head of the government. So if the head of the government never brings up your issue, then you may just be in trouble. Because, it seems like if you pass on your government to someone else, they could take over and become the leader and then say, any policies that I don't like and am not in favor of, I can just ignore them, and then they'll never come up, so they'll never get voted on, so I don't have to deal with it. Or they could specifically only have votes based around things that are still within their political interests. So, for example, instead of phrasing something like, should abortion be legal or whatever, if somebody is against abortion and they get into that office, even if majority of people want abortion to be legal and accessible, the person could come into office and say, okay, so let's vote on a law as to whether or not people who have abortions should be taxed higher or something, or should be criminally punished for having the abortion or whatever. And then people could vote no on that to suppress that legislation. But then that leader could continue to come up with other legislation that is similarly skewed, such that if they just get enough yes support, then they can enact policy that is harmful to something that the majority of people support. And if people vote against it, all they're doing is suppressing that one particular policy, whereas 100 more could be generated. And as long as that person could eventually build up enough support, they could get a few things passed that would severely damage the things that people internal to the country may be fighting for. So that would be a tough one. I don't know really how I feel about that, because it sounds rough. Like, it sounds like as a citizen in Bolivian society, you have to be ever ready to vote, because you're trying to constantly overturn things that you may disagree with. And if you do agree with them, you're trying to make sure that you follow along with what the leader's doing as quickly as possible, to try and make sure that your approach is followed. Baliga says, TBH, we have a lot of problems, you say, about micronational democracy, but so far nothing bad has happened due to compromise. That's good. I'm glad to hear you've been able to compromise. Again, that's a very hard thing to do. With small groups, it's easy. Like I've said before, outside 10, 12, 15 people, hard to get anybody to agree on anything. Gore says, my political compass is economic left-right negative 0.75. Okay, so they're slightly left. And negative 3.59. Hey, Gorth's in the green with us. Very cool. Baliga says, we have recently voted out leader elections, like you said. Ooh, interesting. Ooh, hold up. Baliga says, we voted me in, but I am not voted out. What does that mean? Baliga says, sorry for not specifying. Also, that means I need to create policy I like. Emergency powers do not exist. I need to act quick. Emergency powers don't exist, so you need to act quick. Yeah, that needs to create... Mackie said, no hate, BTW. Hello, Mackie. It's good to see you. How are you? Also, Mackie, did you reply to something earlier? I'm trying to see what the hate thing is. I don't see the hate. But I do appreciate you for joining us, Mackie. How are you? So that's my big question, Baliga. Like, you're talking about your state doesn't create these emergency powers or whatever, but that you are allowed to create your own policy. I don't see how it doesn't create the same issues that we just talked about, where the leader could just churn out policies that are really unfavorable, and then people have to constantly try to vote them out, or else they're just stuck with them. That could be a big issue, where all a politician in Baliga has to do is just be insistent enough on a particular tint of policy, a particular type of policy, and they can just keep pumping out that type of policy until people can't vote it out quick enough, and a lot of their stuff just gets passed. And then you could even slowly take over and change the government that way. If someone became a leader in Baliga, and all of a sudden says, okay, so I want to make like small constitutional changes. And then they start like voting in they start creating a whole bunch of policy that are small constitutional changes. Some people might vote them out, but at a certain point, if you get enough, you could say like, I want to strengthen the powers of the president to have emergency powers. And then people vote no. And then you go, okay, I want to define the powers of the president to have not emergency powers, but to have the ability to revote something in. So even if it's voted out, I can bring up the same policy again twice. And then let's say that one sticks. And then it's like, okay, so now I have that. Now I want to re-bring up the thing about changing the Constitution for emergency powers. And then they get the emergency powers, let's say. And then it's like, cool, so now we have emergency powers. I'm going to use my emergency powers to say that I want to suspend the Constitution and suspend voting rights. So now it's like, ooh, awesome. So now you can't even vote on things. Cool, I'm just going to make whatever the policy I want it is under the guise of like national security or like protection or just emergency powers or whatever. I could just crown myself dictator at that point. So it's interesting to see that. Baliga says, we have recently voted out leader elections. Yep. Baliga says, last year we voted out leader elections. Also, I did not specify we need to give people a week to vote on issues, which hopefully will prevent that. But that's, but that's the thing where inefficiency comes in with micronational democracies, I feel like. And again, this goes back to your politics too, because it's determining whether or not you feel like a certain aspect of micronationalism is beneficial to you. Are you looking to create policy that is going to affect people very, very long term, or are you interested in developing very quickly? You know, if you're saying we're 5 people, we're fine with developing over the next 45 years and just slowly kind of figuring things out, so long as we all are living in the way that we would like to be living, then you can, have a micronational democracy that creates policy that votes, once a week on every single policy issue. But then that creates a situation where, for example, like you said, with the rules for ethical micronationalism, which we had signed earlier, Baliga had to vote on whether or not they were going to sign it. And so it took a week to determine that. Fortunately, that was fine for our timeline, but in a situation where they have to make some kind of quick decisions, they don't have emergency powers. So like they said, they'd have to wait a week to vote on that fully and to get a response on that. For things that need to be done very quickly, like, for example, things dealing with their economy, things dealing with industries that they're trying to develop and invest in, monetary purchases, stuff like that, waiting a week may be a very difficult thing to do for a lot of split-second decisions. So I would be curious about that. Baliga says, I can only re-vote on a policy 3 months after the last vote on it. Yeah, and you see, these are all creating lots of interesting human rights protections. These are all things that really shore up the benefits and the justices that a person has the ability to use. They're saying, hey, we give a lot of importance to people's ability to interact in our society and to have everybody's opinion be heard, which is great. But it does create severe inefficiencies. So I am curious to see how their micronation will develop with the test of time. I believe in Baliga. I think you guys are going to do well. But I do think that is something to consider, that the route that Baliga is taking, the way that you're developing, is one that ultimately is, in the tortoise and the hare analogy, is more of a tortoise. Slow and steady wins the race. You guys are going to be, hunkering down into your political beliefs pretty hard, because you're trying to gain more people for your nation. But the more people that come into your nation, the more people who have those same protected voting rights, and the more that those people have to vote on decisions, the more they have to take time to make decisions. So if something isn't determined, if there's a 50-50 split, let's say in a vote or something, or if there is an issue where people vote and then revote things and change things, you will have to be susceptible to all of that, and your nation will have to be prepared to weather those storms. Whereas in a micronation that is run by an autocrat, they can just throw things in and say, well, there's not really voting, there's not really purpose, this is just what our direction is, and then people could take it or leave it, which is a more extreme scenario, because if they choose something really bad, then they can have a lot of people just leave. Micronational democracies are stable in the sense that they will probably retain their citizens a lot of the time, but only because of those voting rights. And the voting rights are the things that will protect them. Policy decisions are things that are much more secure as far as citizen retention in a democratic micronation. But democratic micronations may lose citizens because of inefficiency. Where they feel like, hey, I really wanted to contribute and help develop this nation, but this nation ultimately takes, in order for me to get my position in the government or whatever, it may take me 2 months because I have to get voted in, and then I have to set everything up, and then in order for me to start doing stuff, I have to create policy, which then gets voted on, and months and months of a person's time may be tiresome for them, and they may want to do something else. So I could see where then a political party could form in Beliga and say, hey, we disagree with the way that Beliga is run. We want more efficiency. We want things to be quicker. We're going to separate out, and we're going to become our own nation because we didn't get voted in. Or you do, and then it changes the political landscape, and that's a whole can of worms in and of itself. It's really, really dangerous for micronations to have democracy, but it is something that is, again, a wonderful test to see developed, and I think Beliga is going to do a good job on it. I want to learn more about it. I really do, because you see micronational democracies in this large scale. You see them developing in, macronational democracies. You see them growing in this large scale, but micronational democracies are an entirely different thing. For the reasons that we've covered, but also for the reasons of limited economic effect. When policies are passed in macronations, they're affecting billions of dollars in funding potentially. So having weeks or months to vote on something with such large impact is very important. But voting on things in a micronation that may be of a $20 value is kind of different. I think expediting the process and having higher efficiency, even at the case of a higher likelihood for risk as far as that individual policy decision is concerned, is certainly well worth it. And again, that's something to watch how micronational democracies play out, because in my mind, it seems like that steers toward a potential for them to be just on the losing side of a lot of different developments for their nation. But again, I think that's really just endemic of a slow and steady mentality. That's the way that the micronational democracy is intentionally trying to progress. So it may not be a con. It may end up being a pro, because they have a way to stabilize themselves as they get more and more money. But again, how long it takes them to get that money and how quick they are to develop will play a role in that. So I don't know. I'm really not certain as to my ultimate opinion on micronational democracies, but I will say I think that micronational democracies are going to be very hard to instill realistically and to maintain. Oop, we're going to straight up mute that. Okay. We're going to move past this sold hard trap type beat. Going to go to this mellow trap type beat for all you cool listeners out there. Also, 7 viewers. I appreciate it. So yeah, Beliga said they can only revote on policy after the last... Ooh. Hold up. Our camera just went out. Sure enough. Give me 1 second. What's this about? I gotta fix it now. Trying to make it better. Oh, goodness. Switch up now. Let me check it. Is it still on? I don't know. It's wrecking. Let me visit this. Ooh, give me a second. Ooh, the battery is dead. Guys, I guess that's the end of the stream. That's what I said. I appreciate y'all, for coming in today, checking on the news and learning what we say, trying to get a groove and learning how to taste the politics of nations. And we gonna try and erase the problems that we have. Try and build it up a little better, salve like the lotion. We gonna get it where we need it. We gonna do it every day because we're succeeding. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. I can't find my hold up, my webcam. I got it so I can tell you guys bye. Quickly, it's an emergency. We're hurrying. We're speeding through the settings in Streamlabs, trying to activate the webcam, trying to move from EOS utility to Logitech HD webcam C270. Hey, there we go. Goodness. Let me tilt down. There we go. Hello, everybody. The view is very different. There we go. If I had 2 or 3 more pillows, we'd kind of stack it up. Let me see if I can get it. Oh no, I'm just dropping pillows everywhere. Is what's actually happening. Oh gosh. I'm sure it sounds wonderful for you guys right now. Okay, let's see. I think we got it. Okay, this is pretty good. Everybody's saying bye. It was good to see you, Elijah Wood. I appreciate it. Micronation of Gore says goodbye all. Says bros dropping bars. Hey, I appreciate it. Ari says ayo. Micronation of Gore says new micronational anthem. New Aeternia national anthem. Not yet. I still love We're Finally Landing by Home. That is our micronational anthem. If you haven't listened to it, I recommend you go check it out. It's on our website. There's a little play button at the top to listen to that. But yeah, I have been doing rap stuff for a minute. I actually want to put out some more songs. If you guys haven't checked out the Winslow channel, that's actually a channel that the Empire of Aeternia follows. That's where I do music stuff. If you're interested in that, you can check it out. Rap stuff. It's old rap stuff from me, but I'm hoping to put out more stuff in the future. Baliga says, we would have to vote on changing the webcam. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Baliga. You get me. And that's what I appreciate about Baliga. Every time I have seen Baliga in the chat, you guys have been very open. You guys have been very excited to talk about things. Even though we have, a different opinion on micronational democracy and stuff, I still certainly appreciate having a micronational democracy in the chat to discuss with us, because there's a ton of, empire of whatever in the chat. But it's cool to see a number of different republics and democracies in the chat to discuss with us what their views and opinions are. And it's also cool to have a sense of humor about it. Something like that where they say, we'd have to vote on changing the webcam. That it's a legitimate issue to talk about. And it's something that is good to see a good nature of and by Baliga. So I appreciate you guys for that. Baliga says, we have an anthem now called Making Progress. Ooh, that's cool. I would love to see it. You should have the video for it be a little loading bar guy that's nay-naying. Just like the little spinning wheel thing, whatever, for the Microsoft loading, and then just like that, just kind of getting it, kind of hitting it. You should have that as your thing, and then it says Making Progress down at the bottom, and it has the 3 little dots that are going. That'd be really cool. Micronation of Gorth says, I have no anthem. Create an anthem, Gorth. Make Gorthian music. I believe in you. Ari says, my Micronation is currently not on the internet. Hey, I believe in you, Ari. Very cool. Everybody's doing their own thing. Everybody's growing in their own way. And that's part of your politics, right? That's part of what it is that makes Ari's nation so cool. That's what makes Baliga so cool. That's what makes Gorth so cool, is all of these different nations saying, even just in small scale, you may think not having a not having an anthem, how is that your politics? And it's like, well, because it showed what they were focusing on. They said, hey, we have a number of things we can work on right now. The first thing that we're going to focus on is not our anthem. It shows the interests of Gorth. It shows the direction they're going. If they tried to ally with another nation, if they tried to make connections, that nation would understand a little bit about Gorth's values, because they would know, hey, Gorth maybe isn't focused so much on the artistic side of things. They may be focused on the industrial side of things. They may be focused on the branding side of things or whatever, and that may be something that can pique the interest of another nation, show what that nation could offer Gorth, and potentially what things Gorth would look for in a nation that it supports and that it wants something out of. So that is a super, super cool thing to see. And I can definitely respect that from our fellow Micronations here. Same thing with Ari and not being on the internet. That's an entire policy decision made by a Micronation for some specific purpose. They have a reason for doing the self-isolation thing. And I am excited to see what the benefits of that turn out to be. Baliga says LOL. Gorth says Gorth cool. Dionite says, how should we go about making an anthem? Ooh, that's a great question, and one probably for another video. I would say making an anthem is something that is not even hard, but I would say is really based on your culture. That's an entirely different video in and of itself, but ultimately your culture is going to determine that. For example, a lot of nations have the same cookie cutter idea of what their national anthem should be. A lot of Micronations are very militaristic. They have, a ton of national pride and stuff like that. And so their whole thing is, glory to my Micronation. This is the song that is great to the nation, and we all praise its bountiful glory. That's their entire, that's their thing. Excuse my singing. But that's their entire national anthem. It's just glorifying themselves, just showing off how cool and awesome whatever they are with their lyrics. And your micronational anthem can certainly be that, but why take from the same tray that everybody else is pulling from? Make your thing unique. Our micronational anthem, you'll notice, has no words at all. It doesn't have any words. It's just a song. It's just audio. It's just it has no words. It has no lyrics. It is just instrumental. Excuse me. Being just instrumental, for us, that is about our culture. That is about embracing not necessarily what the song says, but about the feeling that the song evokes. When you listen to We're Finally Home, or We're Finally Landing by Home, it is supposed to make you feel pride in Eternia because it makes you feel progress. It makes you feel excitement. It makes it feel like, you're the hero in a sci-fi movie, and you're trying to race against all odds to achieve a next step for humanity. That is what it is about for us. It is about the beauty of looking at the world while that song is playing and seeing a sunrise or a sunset, seeing, animals in nature, seeing, the advances of human society, seeing love and kindness and compassion in the hearts of others. When you listen to that song and you see those things, you should feel like an Eternian, and you should feel like, damn, I can do anything. I can change this world today. And that doesn't require words. That doesn't require somebody to say to you, Eternia is great, all glory to the nation, and glory to AP, he's the savior of constipation. It's just it's just not necessary. It's not appropriate. And it can be the same effect of true patriotism and true national pride can be achieved through something other than the same cookie cutter formula. So I say, do not follow the traditional, you should have some sort of thing that pays tribute to your nation. You can certainly have stuff that shows off, important key features of your nation if you do decide to have lyrics. But again, that's all based on your nation's opinion and why it is that you're developing your thing. But ultimately, it should harken back to your culture. Your anthem should be something that is based around what it is that your nation feels like to be in, what you want the feeling that your citizens should have in their most prideful state of being a part of your nation to feel. Again, that can be historical as well. If you are based on time period, if your nation is based around ideals that are from an ancient era, you may have very ancient sounding music with more simple instruments. If you are doing something that's futuristic, you may have more techno sounds. If you are someone who's doing something that's more militaristic, you may have more like military band style stuff. If you're doing something like the 40s, 50s, or you may have like jazz or swing music or something like that. There are all different types of national anthems. There are all different reasons for creating a national anthem. And your nations should be and will be unique from all of them. If it's not, then it means that you probably don't need a national anthem. Let me see. Ari says the reason is because, first of all, it's a Catholic country and the Protestants and Lutherans might attack. I don't know about all that, Ari. So second of all, you can't even keep up with my own. Second of all, I can't even keep up with my own YouTube, let alone two. That's fair. Gorth says Kingdom of Gorth possibly coming soon. Ooh, yay. Gorth says still haven't 100% decided. Fair enough. Dionite says, because I found a few songs that I would love to consider, but I'm worried about possible copyright claims and stuff like that for using a song that already exists. Plus, I'm not good at composing a song. Who needs an anthem anyways? It's not like you will need... 27 Kyle responds, who needs an anthem anyway? It's not like you will need it for the making of your micronation. You can have it, but it's not going to do anything if you don't have it. Agreed. And Master D&I said, that's true, Kyle. I 100% agree. It's a situation where, creating an anthem is a great source of national pride. It's something similar to, creating art, right? It's an art form in and of itself, as a musical composition. But as well, it's this concept of, does your nation need paintings? You know what I mean? Do you need a leader's portrait? You know what I mean? Is that something that's really important for your nation? Does your nation need what's a similar thing to a coat of arms or something like that? Like, a lot of people, will make these additional things that are symbols of their nation. Does your nation need its own language? Does it need its own writing system? Does it need its own, all of these things which are cultural touches that sure are important and sure are interesting. Do you need to define your own, do you need to design your own banknotes and stuff like that? All of these things are cool and interesting to do, sure, but they don't necessarily add inherent value to your nation. Like, just having it by itself without anything else isn't actually going to improve your nation. It is simply something that can support the already existing structure of your nation. So if your nation's failing and falling apart and not, interesting and exciting, but you have a banger national anthem, that's not necessarily going to help you a ton. Whereas if you have all of the foundation and stuff built up and successful, and then you have a good national anthem, it just makes people feel proud and feel, even more excited about the thing that they were already interested in the first place. 27 Kyle says, also it takes up valuable time for your micronation. Agreed. Designing and creating all of these different cultural ideas are important, but they are part of your politics as well. That is the decision of what is most important. There are plenty of micronations who just have cool stuff, a cool flag, cool merchandise, cool song, cool national anthem, stuff like that. And that's what they coast on, is people getting hype about the stuff that they see, the marketing from that nation. But if that's not your main approach, if your main approach is going to be about industry, if your main approach is going to be about, internal political development or whatever, you may not need all of the cultural stuff right away. You may say, I'll put those kind of on the back burner for certain different things, but that all depends, truly. There are artistic micronations, there are micronations that are more pragmatic, and all of those nations will have different times when they come up with those different, again, like additions to their nation, those little nice details. It'd be kind of like if you were making a cake, right? and you were constantly Googling how to do like different frosting techniques, and you were really, really hype about like, okay, but how do I get the frosting to make like this wave? Because I'm trying to do like a surfing theme, and I want it to be really realistic to look like almost clear on the top, but then have, the bubbles and the wave come up and stuff. And you're getting really intricate and detailed with like frosting techniques, and your cake tastes terrible. Your cake is not forming properly. You put it in the oven, you take it out, it's still like kind of uncooked on the inside. The outside structure is falling apart. And you planned this really beautiful cake, but it's not a really beautiful cake. It's a mess that has really nice frosting. So definitely those other things, trying to make sure the base of your cake is shored up first, whatever that may be, is most important. And then adding those things like the national anthem can certainly make a nice outer appearance. Ari says they might attack because other branches of Christianity like that tell people about lies about the Catholic Church, so very hard to explain. You don't need to explain that. First off, I was raised Roman Catholic. I get that. But also, no, they're not. They're not attacking you. Everybody has criticisms and stereotypes and different, opinions about other religious groups, about other ethnicities, about other this, that, and the other. It ultimately doesn't matter a ton. You do you. You support things that you want to support for the reasons you want to support it. Nothing else should really matter. And you should be able to do that on the internet if you want. Globulus says, do you even need a government for that matter? A collective of people with laws they agree upon. Break law and the collective deals with you according to laws or rules. Self-governing. Just a question for discussion. I definitely appreciate that, Globulus. And yeah, we can talk about that. So I feel like that, again, that's part of the politics of a nation. I would say, yes, you do still need a government. Again, the reason being similar to the democracy that we talked about with Gorth. Well, why is it that your nation makes these decisions? If you are having no government at all, there's no government, 100% anarchist, which you could start an anarchist micronation, right? Everybody's equal. There are no governments. It's people who have already pre-decided upon these laws and then move forward with them. Who decided the laws is the question. Before we go into any of that, is there any goal or motivation that these people have? If not, then no. There's no reason for a government. If you don't care about the quality of life of the people, if the quality of life of the people who are a part of this nation or whatever is not important, then you really don't need a government. If you don't have like clear-cut defined goals that group of people is trying to attain, then no, you really don't need a government, because that's what the government is designed to do. It's designed to take everybody's resources and pool them in a particular direction to achieve national goals. The government is really good at doing things that aren't necessarily directly profitable or beneficial to any one individual, but ultimately will help the nation in the long run to achieve advancement. So, to a large extent, no. A nation, by definition, does not have to have a government. People can simply just exist in a community. But if that is the case, then, there's also questions about, like, why are you starting a micronation and stuff? Because a lot of time people are starting micronations to change something. If you just want to exist as yourself, you can just exist as yourself in the society that's currently established, and you can just make friends, and just have, like, a social group, and that's just different. But let's say you have a particular reason for creating a nation, but not for having a government. Okay, who created the rules then? Is it the person who started the nation, just blanket defines all these rules? They understand their politics very well, and so they've crafted this, 9,000-page document that details exactly how the society should be organized and exist, from every detail to tax law to, whatever, to the point that they have ultimately created everything they'll need for every stage of their development. And all those things are answered. There's just an answer for any political question anybody has. There's laws on everything. That being the case, so people just exist in that society then. So it's almost like you created a government for a second to define everything, and then you drop it, and then you like let it be a free system. Um, I feel like that has its own difficulties as far as regulating and maintaining that. You're like, yeah, the system takes care of you or whatever. The masses take care of you if you break a law. So yeah, but you know how big is this group? Is it one group that is in one location that has all of their all of their laws and all of their institutions already pre-understood and predefined? Um, do people who don't know about the laws, are those things? Are those people held accountable to the law? Um, all of these are important questions simply because that is what a government would decide. A government would be sort of the judge, jury, executioner thing in that scenario, where there would be different parts of the government that are responsible for overseeing, enforcement of laws, prosecution of laws, prosecution of those who break the law, and then ultimately punishment or rehabilitation or whatever would be the process in that. That's a whole different side of things. But again, if it's all one singular group and there's one decision, if you have somebody who's making the final decision on that, that's a government. If everybody's just having like a mob mentality, again, it just feels like very difficult to not have a government. You don't need to have a government. By definition, there's nothing that requires a government. However, the larger an undertaking that your society has to do to any degree as a collective, the more you will need something that operates as a standardized institution, which is a government, something to be the intermediary between different groups and interests in your society, especially if people want to change stuff. Like, people may just all of a sudden want to change stuff, and that is what a government would be for. Ari says they might. Ari says hard to explain about the Lutheran Catholic things. I don't think it's hard to explain. I was raised Roman Catholic. I understand a lot of the beefs between different sects of Christianity. It still doesn't really play in a ton. 27 Kyle says, now I think everyone knows that the worst ideology in micronational terms is democracy. It takes up way too much time and can cause people to get angry. I think there are easier ideologies like monarchy. I agree, Kyle. Certainly I have been in favor of monarchy. Certainly I think a lot of people favor and lean toward monarchy because it, like you said, is easy to develop for micronationalists. But I would say that doesn't make it right or wrong. You know what I mean? He said it was the worst ideology. I don't think that democracy is the worst ideology. I think it has different pros and cons for different scales. Same thing with monarchies. Monarchies can run into a lot of difficulty as you start to get in larger and larger scale, whereas democracies can do better and better at larger scales. But they have a hard time working in the beginning, and the inverse for monarchies. So again, that's part of the micronational definition. So there are some betters, some worses to a certain extent, but I feel like it's still, you would be surprised. You would be surprised at some of the advantages that democracies have, even as micronations, even as small-scale institutions. But that is a great point. Ari says democracy micronations are good if the voting is in person and isn't like the voting is open to the internet. I guess, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, sure, but still, you can just have like restrictive voting over the internet. You know what I mean? Like, I could just send out a private poll to only citizens, that could vote on that. That could require email address. So, only every email address gets one vote, and then you do it like that. Also, depending on the size of the thing, not necessarily, right? Because it may be better to, if everybody follows your Twitter or whatever, make a Twitter poll that all your citizens are going to vote in, versus, and have maybe one or two people who aren't citizens vote that you can't control, or That versus trying to mail everybody a ballot or something, and then some people not getting it, or some people not being able to vote, or I don't know. I feel like that slows down the system even more. I feel like that's not a good idea. I feel like you should be trying to leverage technological advantages like that, like the internet. 27 Kyle says monarchy is more focused on people. The powerful and trusted people vote, and the politics in monarchy is the king is the one that makes the choices, but you can have voting just only with the trusted. That doesn't sound like a monarchy. That sounds like a version or like an iteration of a monarchy, but it sounds like what Kyle's trying to do is to blanket describe like different options for monarchies, which seems like an interesting topic in and of itself. Like, if there's this political spectrum or whatever, and there's right, left, up, and down, now let's look at like the different micronation types and the different government types, and then focusing within those what specific branches of monarchy, specific branches of democracy, specific branches of this and that and the other are. And that's interesting. I could see that. Elijah says, what do you think is the best ideology for a micronation? I am biased toward monarchy. Again, for the small scale of micronations, monarchy tends to work very, very well. But, it's not always beneficial for everybody's motives. That's why we've been talking about politics today. That's why we've been making the important message and stressing why you should know your politics, why you should know your nation's politics, why you should know your people's politics, is because that all plays into what it is that your nation is as an entity. People will determine what the benefits of your development are, whether they want to join you, and ultimately whether your government type works or not based on your own politics. So for me, monarchy is the best one because it's the one that best aligns with my politics and the goals that I have for the Empire of Aeternia, especially for our size and scale. But there are other people who may have other goals who can leverage the benefits of democracy better, or the benefits of republic better, something like that, or even anarchy. Let's see. Gorth says, should I mail you a Gorthian flag? Sure, if you would like. I would love that. You should already know the P.O. box on the bottom of our website. If you go to our website, scroll all the way down on the homepage to the bottom, you should see our P.O. box and the address for our P.O. box. Baliga says, I think democracy works in micronational sense. It's just no big nations really are one yet. Like, none are communist. We want to be the first to make it work. There are bigger democracies. Like, you know what I mean? Dracul, like, isn't small. There are, like, micronational democracies. There are also plenty of, what is it? Oh goodness, there are a couple others. There are like West Who, West Who is a democratic micronation. West Antarctica, I believe, is a democratic micronation. There are free states of Obsidia, ambulatory free states of Obsidia, are also a democratic micronation. There are plenty of democratic micronations. It's just Cascadia, whatever, democratic micronation, and communist micronation. Parkistopia, democratic and communist micronation. You're saying like you'll be the first to make it work. It's just they have long-term goals. Like, the reason that you don't see a ton of micronations that are democracies that are making huge strides in micronationalism is because of their pitch. It's the tortoise versus the hare thing. They're not trying to make constant YouTube videos and constant, all these different things, because they're not just trying to pump out whatever they can as quick as they can. They're playing the long game and saying, hey, in 20 years, when we have more citizens, these rights and all of these different voting abilities that they have are going to come into play and are going to work better for people who have more range and freedom with their life to do so. They're probably expecting people who already have money to come in and help establish that, so they don't have to develop those industries themselves. People will then just have more interest in using that voting ability to express their own political gains and interests, and that being a better way to manage those political gains and interests in a free space like a democracy. Whereas for a monarchy, you are trying to constantly pile resources towards specific objectives. So it's just a different game. You're playing a different game entirely. It's like putting all of your money into culture and civilization instead of into economy or into military or science or whatever. You're playing for a different strategy. You are trying to work toward different advantages, and that's what we need to remember. You're not seeing all of these micronations doing crazy stuff with their democracies, not because they're not popular micronations, not because they're not successful democracies. It's because democratic micronationalism is just different. It has different it has different goals. It has long-term goals. It has things that are going to be slower by nature, by design of those systems. Gorth says, I'm ordering a lot of them. Hey, very cool. Valiga says, how do micronational monarchies deal with disagreement? Usually executive decision. So, and what I mean by executive decision, in democracies, executive decision is the concept that, if there's a vote and there's, some disagreement, or if the country just needs to move forward with something, executive decision is going to be that elected leader's ability to just make that decision, to just pull the trigger on it. Monarchies are that as default. It's not that there's disagreement and there's, everybody's voting and everybody's getting along and then the monarch, makes a decision. It's the other way around. It is a leadership style, whereas the monarch makes the decision and then everyone fulfills the decision. The baseline is that the leader's telling you what to do, not that there is some, disagreement that then causes that. There are some monarchies which have more of a style like that, where the monarch is more of a reserved position until necessary, until there is a disagreement, then that leader is brought out to make those decisions. Also, we have 11 viewers. If you guys could please like the video, it helps a lot, helps to bring everybody to the channel, show them what's up, show them what's new here, and help us to determine the importance of politics in a micronation. Like we're trying to do. We're the Empire of Aeternia. We're trying to expand across the world, promote our technology, our economic savviness, and our ecological responsibility. So if you guys are interested in that, please consider helping us out. Talking about monarchies, though, and talking about the decisions that monarchs have to make, one of the biggest issues with a monarchy, and one of the things that can be a big downside that democracies have actually a plus in, is that democracies are saying, you have an ability in this nation to vote, to make decisions. Certainly some monarchies may allow that. Again, different video. But for this purpose, discussing monarchy as ruler makes decision first and democracy as people make decision first, defining those terms in that way, monarchies have the difficult task of saying, you have to follow this person. You're signing up to become a citizen in a country where the laws, the rules, all of the things that you're going to be doing are decided by someone else that isn't you. You don't have a direct say in that unless you were given some special permission to do so. Otherwise, you just have to follow along with what the leadership and the government says for you to do. That's a hard pitch for a lot of people, especially people who are coming from democratic nations. You're telling me that I don't have a voting right anymore? You're telling me that I don't have the ability to make my own decisions for my life and what I want to do? It's like, well, for a lot of things, no. That'll be limited. That'll be changed. So saying that for, I see Stamaria making a lot of comments here. For, absolute monarchies, for those monarchies that are creating some authoritarian decision-making ability and wielding that, you have to have people support you and sign up because they understand that about your nation and still agree nonetheless to support it. That's a hard sell. Micronational democracies can do a lot better by just saying, yeah, you come in and you have these benefits right away. You have the ability to make decisions. You don't need to be worrying about being appointed to do so. And again, different types of monarchies. I'm going to go through and see what Samaria said because, ooh, they are blowing it up. Also, what's up, Matt? Matt said, "Hello, my squishies came in today. They are awesome for the price." Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. That means a lot. Also, I hope you enjoyed the letter and the sticker and everything. Um, ooh. Dude, oh, there are a ton of questions. There's some legitimately interesting questions. Real quick, we're gonna get to these, and then we might jump off in a minute. Um, Talking about Gorthian flag. 27 Kyle said they just made up a new ideology. What would it be called? A socialist monarch democracy? That just seems contradictory, though. At a certain point, you just are pulling far enough away from monarchy that you really just shouldn't be thinking in those terms anymore, I don't think, to be successful. Robert says, hey, Robert, it's good to see you. Robert says, love from Houston, Emperor. Hey, I appreciate it. Robert says, anarcho-Trumpism. Oh, goodness. Valiga says, Canada fell and split between different nations, and some citizens of... Oh, Cascadia. Cascadia fell and split between different nations. Some citizens of Cascadia went to Valiga. Very nice. Robert says, nice, Valiga, been doing stuff. Oh, that's cool. What you been up to, Robert? How are you? Globulus said, Obsidia is like a feminist matriarchy. Is that really a democracy if men can't hold certain positions? Yeah. Yeah, in my mind, yes. If the people within a nation, you can have a bigoted nation. People can start a nation that's only based on a particular religion or race or, social group or whatever. I don't agree with that. That's wrong in my opinion. But if you choose to do that, you can still be considered a democracy because the people internal to the nation are operating and existing under a certain preset, under a certain base of values. Those values, those ways that they interact with their institutions, in this sense, are considered a democracy. They are voting on it. Robert Washington says money is good. Beliga says, plus Cascadia was very authoritarian. They even admitted it themselves before they fell. Agreed, but you can still be very authoritarian and consider yourself a democracy, like they did. Kyle says, Beliga in 10 years. Money, 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 money. Yeah. Beliga says, plus Cascadia is very, yep. Robert says, Cascadia sounds like every conservative exaggeration of SJWs. Interesting. Stamarius says, establishing a micronation is more akin to establishing a small business than a micronation. Macronation, once people realize this, the folly of micronational democracies become obvious. Again, different pros and cons. There are some businesses that start out as sole proprietorships, and there's some businesses that start out as C corps. So that, again, that's not always accurate. You know what I mean? There's some businesses that start off pretty decent in size. Robert Washington says, Obsidia, and with different benefits and purposes. Stamarius says, absolute monarchism is the best form of government for those micronations that are striving to build a real-world community and acquire land through legal, legitimate means. I feel like that's dependent on strategy. Stamarius says, if you, as the founder, invest your time, energy, and financial resources into such a micronation, you don't risk losing what you've built because two people joined and voted you out of office. I do agree with that. Micronational democracies can be slippery because of that. Robert Washington says, hey, Stamaria. Stamarius says, do you have to leave your home or have your property or land used in a way you disagree with simply because 2 out of 3 people in your micronation tell you that's how it's going to be? Agreed. But at the same time, I think that is like protectionism for the leader, right? The concept that I purchased the land, so I get to decide what to do with it. And I certainly think there would be micronations that disagree with that concept. Like, if you are going to create something that is truly for other people and for the benefit of the whole community, once you get to a certain size, I feel like people, depending on the micronation that you're starting and the purpose of why you're starting it, for some micronations, voting out a leader should be in the basis, because it's like, oh, it's your land or whatever, but you brought all these people along to live there. You could argue the opposite, where you could say, is it fair for somebody to have me invest in this life with them and move to their land and their property, and not allow me to vote them out if I disagree with them. So that's two sides of a coin that really just are based on someone's political opinion. Their political opinion can determine their projection, the way that they develop in micronationalism, right or wrong or whatever. It's their own methodology for achieving success. And you can achieve success both ways. There are many, many routes to that success. Um, Stamaria says, in a macronation, people can vote, but they have to accept the outcome even if their views aren't represented. They are not simply going to leave their home and nation because of an election result. It's, again, dependent on how that society is established. 27 Kyle says, monarchy equals good, democracy equals maybe, communist equals bad, socialist equals good / bad, republic equals maybe. What? What? Matt says, LO, my squishies came in. Hey, I'm glad. We caught up to that one. Stamaria says, in a micronation, people can vote, but they can simply leave the micronation and establish another micronation if their views aren't represented. Agreed, 100%. But that's also part of the problem with a lot of micronations, right? Is that people just will. And that's also a problem with democracies. It's a problem with monarchies as well, where people will just be like, yeah, I didn't like that they didn't represent what I wanted to do, so I'm going to just take my shit and leave. And that sucks. That really sucks. I think that, regardless of your political ideology and micronationalism, should be one of the things that your micronation is trying to present. Trying to prevent is the disestablishment of your micronation, is the disbanding of the different parts of your nation to form their own individual entities. That's, almost the antithesis of what you want to do as a micronation. You are breaking away to form your own thing. You will be destroyed if you continue to just segment. And they brought up another comment about this. Ari says, my micronational monarchy is going to probably be a new variation of it. Interesting. Stamaria says, if a micronation doesn't have a core set of values, objectives, or guiding ideology, it'll simply fracture. I agree. And that's why I think democracies can sometimes be very beneficial, is because if you are trying to corral in a group of people who have very, very different ideologies, sometimes democracy can be a beneficial way to ensure that stability and prevent fracture. Ari says, ooh, Stamaria's here. Robert says, LOL, you are reminding me that the political compass question is the one advantage of one-party state avoids the squabble of democracy. Agreed. It is a whole issue, and that's something that people go back and forth on constantly. Baliga says, agreed, but that means citizens wasting time putting things into the nation and having to leave it behind. Yeah, 100%. Like, it does suck. If you put a whole bunch of time and effort into a nation and then you fracture and become something else, you're putting time and effort into something and then removing yourself from it or changing it. So that sucks for the nation that you're a part of. It also sucks for you because you're potentially losing that. As a micronation, you want to try to design your nation and its laws and ethics and stuff around limiting the ability for someone to do that, and making it as advantageous as possible for them to stay. Let me see. Matt says, oh yeah, the sticker was very cool as well. I didn't expect that. Thank you so much. The note was amazing as always. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Again, we're always trying. I know I got my thing to you guys a little bit late. We just sent them out a little bit late. So that was what the note and the sticker was about. So I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Robert says, anarcho-Trumpism is a joke and I'm doing well. I'm glad. Valiga says, I think a nation needs to serve its people, so should not tell them to leave if they disagree, but you can just do it. But you can do it. I just don't think it's right. I agree with that. And that, again, is one of the problems that both monarchies and democracies can face. Valiga says, LOL, we will have big bucks. You know it. Robert says, hold a few sham elections and authoritarianism is democracy. I do agree with that, Robert. Talking about this idea of, well, if you don't allow certain people to be in a micronation, it's not democratic, or vice versa, saying, only monarchies can only be this thing that has absolutely no voting, are very short-sighted as how actual nations are run. There's a lot of differences there. 27 Kyle, ooh, more people. 27 Robert said, 27 Kyle says, Baliga, the way I'm with you, is your government split between two ideologies? Kyle's showing support for Baliga. Kyle's like, I'm on board with the democracy, let's go. I'm curious, what is the split between your ideologies, Baliga? Sardinian Empire says, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you, Imperial Majesty AP. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you, Sardinian Empire. Robert Washington says, I really wish that the Minerva micronation succeeded. I need to look back into Minerva. Is Minerva a European micronation? Is Minerva one that was like a seasteading project? I'm curious. Manu says, hi. Hey, it's good to see you, Manu. How are you? Matt said, 10 watching. Yeah, we got 12 viewers. If you guys could actually like the stream, it helps a lot. We're about to have been streaming for 3 hours right now, and it means a lot. Casey Creation jumped in. It's good to see you, Casey Creations. Are you subscribed to the channel? If not, you should be, because it would mean a lot. Let me see. 27 Kyle says, imagine having a war in your micronation because you don't have well-trusted people. I'm looking at the people watching this right now that did not join another micronation before doing it. I agree with that. And then he puts like a face. I agree with that. That's a thing that's really rough. I don't know about micronational war. I think a lot of time people will just leave a nation over starting a war, but they do cause like weird unrest stuff. Sometimes micronations will like fracture and get into like wars or whatever about that. But that ultimately is the problem, right? Is that people will do that as well. Like even people who join other micronations before starting their own will start their own as a fracture from another micronation. Will just drag that micronation off to the side. But then you are taking away from something that already existed, so you may have bonus resources to begin your nation. But if you could have just improved that other nation that had already been standing into something that was more viable for you, there would have been a lot more benefit there. You know what I mean? It's like burning, 3/4 of your money and then being like, yeah, I still have the $20 or whatever. Yeah, we're doing good. I didn't have this $20 before. And it's like, yeah, but you could have had significantly more, especially over a few years of like cultivation of that and like reinvesting in it. Oh, goodness. But micronations do that all the time. Micronations will be like, why are we only, at 100 subs? Why are we only at, this many whatever? And it's like, oh, our government name changed 3 times. We started 2 different YouTube channels. Our leadership changed 3 times the past year. It gets rough. Also, 13 viewers. Thank you guys for hanging out. If you could please like that video, it helps us out a lot to grow the nature of the Empire of Aeternia and to help everybody understand the expansion of the micronational community. As always, you can see our lovely setup behind me where we have the seat that I usually do a lot of the videos in, where I'm, signing things and declaring things and opening things and doing all sorts of governmental activities. We also have our beautiful flag, and even above it, a nice cinnamon broom. It's actually something that I designed to put into the background as kind of a symbolic representation. As you guys know, we have the arrow of progress, which is our symbol there in the middle of our flag. And then as well up top, I have a symbolic of the rest of the arrow. If that's the arrowhead flying through the eye of the axe, then you can also see up there the rest of the arrow, the shaft and the tail of it there, which I think is super cool. And it also just smells delicious. It's great for having sort of a Christmassy theme and stuff. And as well, our table's kind of Christmassy themed. Let's see. Matt says, I honestly didn't care if it was late. It was in great condition in the holiday season, and in the holiday season as well. Got that wax seal, so it was 100% worth it. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. Also, if you haven't seen our video on signing the rules of ethical micronationalism, you should check that out, because we actually did an ending signing of your and Dustin's letters, where we did the actual wax seal. Also, Casey Creation says some say citizens should only be allowed if they benefit them in some way. That's kind of what we do. You know what I mean? We have like economic-based citizenship. So your citizenship is either something that you're doing and paying tax through our Patreon, for example, or you are, a basic citizenship tax, like $1 a month, or you can provide us some work, some sort of benefit, some sort of contribution, some donation, of your time or efforts or whatever to help us move forward. That can also count as, the the benefit of citizenship and giving you the proper right to citizenship in our country. Matt says, we're about to hit 1.6K. I know it. I'm super hyped. Also, 13 viewers. I appreciate you guys liking, sharing the video, spreading it out to that world so they can understand what our micronational community brings to the table. We are about to hit 1.6 thousand subs. I am super lucky to have you guys here with us, helping us out with that. We are also about to hit 3,500 watch time hours. Again, today we were at 3,470, but that again is a struggle. Sometimes gets us dropping down. So right now we're trying to lift it back up, try and get past that 3,470. After this stream, we'll probably be in the 3,480s, and then it'll be only a matter of time till we hit 3,500. So I appreciate you guys supporting and helping us to make that push. 15 viewers actively on the channel. We have only ever hit 20 viewers at a time on the live stream, and this one's ticking up there. This is being one of the big ones. So if you guys like this stream, please give it a like. Please share it out to people. Please get it popping in the comments, because we are talking about different micronational politics. We are getting into what it means to be different forms of government, and ultimately what that means as a political entity, as a micronation. If you haven't subscribed to us, please subscribe, because again, we are almost to 1,600 subs. And also, like, 40% of the people who watch our channel regularly are not subs. So if you do sub, it means a lot. It legitimately helps us to grow as a country. Baliga says, also Baliga and the Queendom of Nyx have come together to make a nation of self-governing provinces. Ooh, you guys combined with another country? How did that work? Did that cause even more chaos within your, like, political system? Also, 14 viewers. I appreciate you guys. Ari says, can you create a new Discord, 27? 27 says, I know it won't work. I might try it again. Robert says, whoa. Matt says, yeah, I saw the video. It was awesome. I was confused who Dustin was until I checked the Discord. What happened to Epic Filmmaker? Did he just get busy or something? He ultimately started his own micronation, I think. Like, yeah, he did become busy and then just ultimately started his own micronation. I haven't heard from him in a long time. I, like, straight up don't know what happened to him. I was super excited to have him as a part of the nation, but he just ended up kind of doing his own thing, I think. Robert says, a document I contributed to thank me for the NAP. What? Abraham said, I got an email from the White House. Wish me luck. Robert says, clause said regarding my micronation. Stamaria said, race you to 2,000. I appreciate it. Ari says, today I'm going to start going on AP's longest video, mute it, and go AFK. Hey, that means a lot. Thank you. I really want to try and hit that 4,000 watch time hours. And yeah, sure, I'm hyped to get to 2,000 subs, but the big thing to me is I want to feel like we're always providing value to the community. You know, everything that we've done like how-to micronation stuff a lot, and that's been a big thing for us. But we're also trying to just benefit the community and do things that people haven't really done in micronationalism a ton. We're trying to create new technology for the Empire of Aeternia. You guys have seen our arc furnace that we've created. We're trying to come up with other stuff and to advance in new ways. We are trying to push the boundary of what it means to be a moral micronation. We're trying to push the boundaries of what it means to be an environmentally friendly micronation. And so, more so than just like sub counts and stuff, I really want people to love this community, to love it with their hearts, to feel a part of it every day. And that's what's important to me. So I respect that. You know, sub count's cool. Monetization's cool. We're racing toward that. But ultimately, I think our community growth and our internal development is what I'm most excited about. Matt says, Emperor AP, I almost forgot to say, if you search up Micronation on YouTube, we are in the top 40 videos. Yeah, I appreciate it. We used to be in the top, like, 1. Like, it used to be a thing where 90% of the time when you, like, search, Micronation, Empire of Aeternia on YouTube would show up, like, every single time. The community has gotten a good bit more competitive, but we're still out here. We're still trying to get it. Globulus says, which is why like a lot of these live streams are really important. People don't realize if you hang out in the live stream and we have like 12 viewers or 15 viewers or whatever, sometimes this stream will show up at the top of like micronation, people Googling micronation, or people hitting up, micronations in the U.S. or whatever on YouTube. That helps us out a ton. So please watch, please like, please share the video, please write comments. Not only here but also after the stream ends. If you put comments in our live stream after it's over and go back and rewatch it, that helps a ton to show that people are still interested in the video. So they share it more and more. It gives more impressions the longer that it goes on. Globulus says, I must say, the title of a queendom actually sounds cool. I agree. Matt says, a lot of people just went their separate ways, but it's what happens. However, I'm happy to have these new citizens. Agreed. Matt says, what's the count of watch time hours right now? Watch time hours currently is at 3463. Again, we were in the 3470s not too long ago, but things have kind of fluctuated. Although now we are getting back up there. Robert says, I have a plan, hopefully to run for president and recognize all micronations. Congratulations, Robert. I hope that works well for you. Being president sounds like a hard thing to do. I imagine there is a lot of difficulty that you wouldn't initially think about that'll come into play for you in that career path. But I wish you luck, and I'm excited to see what you do. Baliga says, we merged with them to grow both nations, and it has so far worked, even though they are a monarchy and we are a democracy. Oh, that is weird. Oh, do y'all split power? Like, how does that... Oh, that seems interesting. Because, like, one person would be making all the decisions for half the government, and then the other half of the government is always voting on stuff. So... is Nix honestly just the true leader of your country? Or is it that they're like a reined into... I'm so confused by that. You'll have to explain it to me. Matt says hydroponics is epic. Hey, absolutely. Baliga says, also, Kyle, try to make another account so you can become a bigger part of Baliga. Oh, interesting. 27 Kyle says, why the communist flag, Baliga? Baliga says, we are in the top 40 as well. Hey, very cool. Matt says, we are third currently and then fifth. Yeah, very cool. Matt says, the stream is currently third of Micronation. Yeah, let's keep it up. Let's keep it going. Crazy Creation says, Empire of Aeternia kind of have pushed to the top of the search. Yeah, definitely. They have put out a lot of like very similar, like how to micronation type videos, and I think those have like been hitting the top pretty good. They also did one with Waywood that was like a pretty big one as well. Matt says, oh yeah, I see it. Casey, their video about communism is like in the top 20. Yeah. Gore says, what time is it for you? Right now it's 4:44, which actually again is gonna make us dip out pretty quick. I'm gonna try and hit 3:30 on the stream. We're at 3:06 right now, so 25 minutes or so, I'm gonna probably dip. But yeah, once we do that, I think that'll be pretty cool. I want to try and hit that top though. We can hit that top with this stream. We can hit #1 on YouTube for Micronation. And that's one of the big things too. When you look up like micronations in the US and stuff on Google, we don't show up that hard. That's something that I really want to change. We show up on YouTube. We don't show up a ton in like Google search results. I want to have, for the Empire of Aeternia, when you Google the word micronation, like Empire of Aeternia, right there. That's my goal. That's my attempt right there. Matt says, Baliga, I think you made some new type of government at this point. Yeah, and I'm really confused. I'm really confused as to how that's going to work. Because, again, it seems like one person just has so much control, like a monarchy, which is what their government is used to. But then other people have none almost. So it's, I don't know. It seems like that could easily be a takeover by Nix. Robert says, back. Hey, it's good to see you, Robert. Thank you for coming back. 13 viewers right now. We got 13 viewers popping off in the live stream. Baliga says, we have a communist flag due to our economy. Robert says, yepers. 27 Kyle says, oh, okay. Robert says, loving the growth of these very nice people. Hey, I appreciate it. Uh, Robert Washington says, couldn't you tell from uh, People's Republic, Kyle? That is true. Beliga is well known as being just a communist micronation. That's their whole thing. Beliga says, no, not anti-communist video. Yeah, agreed. I don't know. I don't know about all that. 27 Kyle says, man, toxic. Beliga says, who toxic? Matt says, well, that's because a lot of micronations use tons of websites to expand their micro, like make 20 micro wiki articles and stuff. Agreed. Stamarius says, one of our most popular videos in terms of daily views and watch hours is how to start a micronation war. Go figure. Yeah, agreed. Similar with the Empire of Aeternia. Our video, why war is stupid, is like one of our bigger videos. A lot of people like micronational war and stuff in the community, and that's, if you want to lean into watch time hours and views and stuff, you can go hard into that, but I think it's gross. I think, as a community, we should not be talking about that a ton, simply because it doesn't actually further the conversation. You either say micronational war is bad and dumb and stupid, and then you move on, or you say micronational war is something that sometimes works, sometimes it just depends, and there's complexities to it, which sure, you can get into that, but at the end of the day, you're still just spinning your wheels as a micronation. You're not developing economically through that. You're not developing culturally through that. You're just kind of getting into fantasy a little bit, but that's a whole different territory. 27 Kyle says, Robert. Yep, Robert's learning. No, 27 Kyle learning. Matt says, I think your mic is cutting out. Something, you sound like a robot. That may be my voice. That may be my whole soul cutting out. But we will check. Yeah, I might just be getting like a scratchy throat. 27 Kyle says, is it me or is AP's mic very static? Uh-oh. I'm sorry to hear. Let me see if everything's like plugged in alright. I think so. Is this alright? Let me know, guys. Robert says, war is stupid. Beliga says, we agree with the war one, but not the anti-communist one. I disagree with anti-government type stuff. I think micronation war is at best a joke. No hard feelings there, that's your opinion. And I appreciate Beliga being so open about that. I also disagree. I think anybody should be able to start any type of micronation that they want. No government type is inherently evil or wrong or bad. No way of developing a micronation is inherently flawed or problematic or whatever. There are ways, there are many, many paths to success. You can achieve success as a micronation through many different ways, through many different opportunities, through many different special interests. That's why learning about your politics is so important. That's why tonight's stream is so important for those people who are learning about developing. Casey said, I believe a lot of people are just fascinated about war and general power, which is fine, but war isn't always needed. Agreed. Micronation of Gore says, you do sound like a robot. Oh, goodness. Everybody's on the robot thing. Ari says it's very staticky. Matt says, watch your own stream and you'll understand. I will. I'll have to go back and watch it. Manu says, for a moment I thought AP's robot voice was my headphones. No, I guess it's just me. Give me 1 second. And plugging it back in. Let's hope that this made it better. Let me know. Robert says, I like the anti-governments. So you like stuff that's oh, you shouldn't have a communist government and stuff. Because why? Why though? People create micronations because they're unhappy with the way that their society is run currently. So if you try to limit the types of societies and interest groups that people can develop and tell them that certain ones are right and certain ones are wrong and certain ones are good and certain ones are evil, you're just limiting the growth of the community as a whole. There are plenty of people who would be interested in the micronational community if there wasn't a ton of gatekeeping in it. And there are plenty of people who actually have great ideas of how to develop things and how to push forward, but feel resented by the micronational community because they have different ideas. I don't know. I don't know that we should. individually as a micronation, you can determine who you have alliances with, who you trade with, who you talk with. You know, you can make your own decisions about who you fraternize with. But you shouldn't make that a community-wide concept. You shouldn't be trying to gatekeep the community from other types of nations. I don't think that's appropriate. Oh, awesome. Hold up. Everybody's saying it's better. I'm glad it's better. I just unplugged it and plugged it back in. I don't know what happened. Globulus said better. Matt said AP the new Terminator and then said it's fixed. Ari said perfect. Hey, thank you. Hey, we're doing good. Manu says, if micronationalists don't really want to fight each other and still call it war, they're just role-playing. Agreed. Agreed. And that's why we talked about previously, like, don't call it war. Don't call it war. Because if you call it war, then it's a thing where it's like you're hearkening back to people who actually have just been in wars. You know, if you say, oh, our micronation had the war of whatever, and you're talking to like a Vietnam veteran, or you're talking to someone who's been like in Afghanistan, you're talking to someone who, you know, has been in any world conflict from any nation, and they're going to be like just appalled at that. The concept that you are playing games with something that was like a severely PTSD involving, you know, hate developing like thing that they survived, you know, a horrible human travesty that you're just like, I'm just playing around with the concept. It's really dark. I don't think people should do that at all. Okay, so Manu says Robert says I don't like taxes and stuff. No, not anti. We're not talking about anti-government stuff as in being against the government. We're talking about gatekeeping in the micronational community. Anti-government stuff meaning you shouldn't have this type of government in the micronational community. Manu says they are. Agreed. Robert Washington says, I also like micronational sovereignty. Way better audio. Roleplay that silly. Like why? Maybe, I don't know, virtual war. Still, I think for people who... That's one of the things that's gotten me about micronational militaries, and I want to talk about it. I want to actually like interview micronationalists about their militaries. There are some micronations that have militaries who have former military members in the military. Like that's their whole shit. Is they're like, yeah, I have Jim who's teaching classes about military stuff, and he's an ex-Marine or whatever. And it's like, that's cool. How do they feel about that? Like, how do they feel about having left a legit, like, potentially legitimate war zones and stuff, and then are, like, dressing up and parading around in, like, micronational military uniforms? Because the idea, I imagine, in their head is either one, this nation's never going to war. This military service that I am doing for this nation isn't the same thing conceptually at all as the military service that I was doing in a macronation. You know, we're not going to war. We're not going to fight anybody. I'm not going to shoot anybody. Or they're on the other side of the fence and they really do think it's the same thing. And if it is, that's concerning. The concept that, like, you would recruit veterans from previous wars and stuff like that to join your micronational military, with them having the expectation that they're going to be facing similar conditions to the combat that they were exposed to. One, that could be potentially very harmful for people dealing with PTSD and stuff like that. But the other thing is that causes lots of concerning tension for a small community. You know, even if you don't have a lot of conflicts with other nations, or you don't have a lot of drama boiling over in your nation, having a guard or a militia or a military that is armed and believes that it needs to be ready for combat and needs to be able to strike down an enemy of the state is a very precarious situation to put your people in. I do not support it at all. And I think it can be very difficult to see our way out of that. I think as micronationalists, we should be trying to do better than war and conflict and violence. Baliga says, taxes are needed for public services, but if you like your nation, can have none of it. It's up to you. Globulus says, call it micronational conflict resolution. Oh, goodness. Robert says, like Discord raids and stuff. Discord raids are very stupid. Discord raids are so annoying. Globulus says, call it micronational conflict resolution. That's kind of why we do the micronational risk tournament. Because, yeah, you can solve conflicts with games. Games are different. Just don't call it a war. Matt says, didn't Housestand do a clip of roleplay war in their video for Aeternia? Houses. Maybe so. They sure might have. I know, goodness. There was some micronation that like fake declared war on us and stuff at one point. Casey said, unless there's bloodshed or at least pain and loss in the general sense, it shouldn't be considered a war, at least in my opinion. I agree with that, Casey, 100%. The Micronation of Gore says, what do you think the minimal age for micronation leading is? That's tough. I don't know. Specifically, a whole nother topic about micronational leadership that could be delved into, because age is important. There's maturity in that. There's certain political developments that occur as you get older in understanding more about what you want out of life and out of the world. At the same time, though, I can't say that, there's a minimum age specifically. I think it depends on what the goals of your nation are. As you get older, the goals of your nation will develop into more large-scale, more legitimate, more refined plans. Let me see. Baliga said, Robert Washington says, but no war at all is the best. Agreed. Gore says, I don't call battles war unless it's a war. I prefer calling it battles or fights. Again, battle is a term that's used in war. You don't have to, you know what I mean? But there are very few battles that are called battles that don't have some war-like connotation. I wouldn't call it that either, but I understand. Fights, again, you're straying further from war, which is good, but it still seems kind of, I get it, but I don't know. It seems like there's a violent connotation there. Baliga says, we have no army and do not know why people do that. It is unneeded, and unless used in cultural way is a waste of time. Plus, yeah, it can be dangerous. And I've heard that pitch as well, micronations being like, well, it's just a cultural thing for us to have an army, and that's fine. You can do that. You can have ceremonial parades and stuff with your military. If that's the case, though, why not just make something else for ceremonial purposes and celebrations? The military is specifically celebrated and stuff about being a violent, wartime flex your muscles sort of thing, and I feel like that's inappropriate to do in a micronational setting. I think it's a lot easier to develop a micronation and to develop cultural circumstances and stuff just away from militarism in general. Stamaria said, communism, like neo-Nazism and fascism, is based on oppression and the abolition of individual liberty that inevitably results in policide, democide, classicide, and wholesale genocide. I disagree. I hear the opinion. I don't think that is the case in all circumstances. I agree that there are cases of that, but there are cases of that in democracies. There are cases of that in monarchies. It's hard to say that this political ideology in its purest form is the equation for evil. It doesn't, I don't think that's necessarily equatable. There's no one-to-one proof that somebody supporting communism is immediately going to start genociding people. It's not like there's a direct staircase interpretation of, well, it's this step and this step and this step and then genocide. That's a much more complicated issue than I feel like is being led on at that point. Manu says, I wouldn't see it from that perspective. If someone sees a micronational war, they probably wouldn't think it's a real thing. What I worry about is how people see all the micronational community because of that. That's what I'm saying, though. You're marketing yourself as doing this micronational war as yeah, we're not really having war, but isn't it so silly that we call it war? Yeah, all the people who have died in actual wars, we don't, it's just a silly game to us. It leaves a bad taste in people's mouth, I think. Stamaria says, communism, the literal dictionary definition of communism, is an ideology, not a form of government. Neo-Nazi micronations, communist micronations, obviously pose no real threat to anyone. No, I disagree with that as well. Uh, Communist micronations, like neo-Nazi micronations, don't pose a threat to anyone? Yeah, they do. Like, communist micronations, I can't say pose a threat to anyone because communism, in and of itself, isn't an ideology that's based around hate. Like, by itself, the blanket definition for ideology, for communism, does not include like race or like gender or like, it's a class struggle, right? And that can be violent or it can be nonviolent. And that can determine, it can be really aggressive or it can be really lax. And that determines, somebody's political extremity. That determines more of their goals and focuses. For neo-Nazism, though, that is by definition a blanket like hate group. Its purpose is to create differences and separation between races and ethnic groups. It is defining, some belief of superiority from one race or ethnic group to another. I'm very thrown by that take, Stamaria. Honestly, I'm not. That bothers me. So you're saying that communists and neo-Nazis are the same, and you're saying that neo-Nazi micronations are not a threat to anyone? Yeah, they are, by definition of existing in communities. Like, they're making it worse for the micronational community, because they're saying, hey, yeah, guys, we exist here and we hang out and stuff, and we don't think that these races are equal. We think that this race is superior to another race. That's a problem. That means that it's harder for people of different diverse races and ethnic groups to exist in the same place. It's harder for people of different ideological opinions to exist in the same place, because if you're cool with letting neo-Nazis run around, then you're cool with letting neo-Nazis do whatever they want, and that inherently breeds problems for people. They are an actual threat to people by simply existing in the community. Communists existing in the community are not a threat to anyone because by existing, they're not doing anything. A neo-Nazi micronation, by existing, is actively creating a standard and a viewpoint for the community. By letting a neo-Nazi micronation chill in your like Discord server or in your whatever, it's like, hey, that's fine. It's compliance. It's being complicit to something that is saying, I straight up don't think races are like that's a huge problem. You should never ever be just passive about neo-Nazis. I feel like that's not cool. Oh gosh, that threw the shit out of me. Communism, the literal Stamaria says, but that doesn't make the promotion of either ideology advisable. It would be hypocritical of me, or indeed anyone, to accept one oppressive, murderous ideology but reject another. No, because if the ideology is inherent, again, nothing about being a neo-Nazi, nothing about, being a communist is inherently defining murder or violence. One has a much more one is defined by hate, though. One is defined by definitional inequality. And so one breeds more violence and more issues than the other inherently. Big difference between communism and Nazis. Different. Always will be different. Don't let anyone try and trick y'all and say Nazism and communism are the same. That's a fresh take. I don't know about it. Robert says, 100% Emperor Andrew, I do respect your opinions. I'm happy we're having this debate. I'm happy we're talking about this. I can't ever, especially on this channel, no, communist micronations, Nazis, very different. Nazis are bad, always bad. Communist micronations, dependent on who's running it and what the thing is. Like, there could be a communist who's a Nazi, and I wouldn't be like, I don't like you because you're, a communist. I'd be like, I don't like you because you're Nazi. you can be a super authoritarian asshole. Like there can be legitimate problems with just being an authoritarian, but being an authoritarian doesn't necessarily mean you're going to cause problems. It's the packing on of particular ideas and motives that become an issue, and Nazism is something that has baked into it a specific, like, actionable agenda, which is a problem, the one that specifically breeds hate and is defined by hate. Communism has some actionable agenda, but it's a loose set of ideas that doesn't define hate. Difference. Next, KCS's opinion on NFTs. Different talk for a different time, but I will bring that up at some point. Welcome to the nighttime hour, by the way. It's now dark. Matt says, I've only seen 2 people declare war on Aeternia, such as most recently some guy who spammed the comments, and the other was when someone at everyone spammed the Discord. Yeah, there's also somebody in like a YouTube video and stuff. Micronation of Gore says, my opinion, NFTs are a waste. Next says, nice. Matt says, one was a kingdom and the other was a neo-Nazi Roblox group. Oh, goodness. Casey Creation says, battles seem to be bigger from what we've seen throughout history. Elijah Wood says, I wonder how many people in here is over 18. That's a great question. Manu says, just call them disagreements. Not perfect, 10 times better. Robert says, micronational war, just pretend video game stuff or illegal. Like if a rival micronation shows up with a real gun to your house saying it's not a war, you're not shooting back, you call the police and have them called a cult. Israeli genocides, they're democratic. People Republic of, yeah, exactly. Is the Israeli people committing like Palestinian genocide and stuff like that? That's an issue, and they're democratic. Agreed. Your governmental type. That's why I was specific on like governmental type versus ideology. Governmental type should not have a hold or effect on. Is not the basis for hate. Baliga says communism is a varied ideology, and I, for one, do not want a genocide. People who want genocide are dangerous. Agreed. You know, people who are in like big camps for genocide, neo-Nazis, different group entirely. Should not support those people. 27 Kyle says I'm back. Let's hit into this. Gore says I don't judge micronations based on their ideology unless it's fascism. Agreed. And again, fascism isn't even that's what I'm surprised by. It wasn't like Stamaria comparing like communism versus fascism or whatever, which fascism in and of itself is again more of one of those extreme ideologies. But you could make a more close comparison between fascism and communism than you could make as far as like judgmental and stuff versus fascism and neo-Nazis, because neo-Nazis are straight up just baked into it like races are different and you separate them and we don't like inferior. That's a whole problem. That's gross. So gross. Communism is a system of economics more than anything. I agree, Globulus. Baliga says we want equality. Agreed. 27 Kyle says if they want genocide, they're going to be in jail. Agreed. Neo-Nazis. Casey Creation says it depends on where the commie country is located. If it's in the middle of nowhere, it may not be as aggressive, but is in or near another big nation or create conflicts at some point. Again, dependent on, yeah, I agree. Circumstances are definitely important. Manu says, in my opinion, communism is just an idea of utopic future where everyone is equal in society. That's the key word, future. It can't exist today in these circumstances. I would argue that with the amount of wealth and technology available today, it certainly could exist today. Part of micronationalism, but also I get the take. It's definitely hard, and yes, communism is about like ideals for the future and stuff. Robert says, horseshoe theoryism or whatever. Yeah, yep. I sincerely hope everybody like thinks about this though, because that got me. I really want to see what the community's opinion is on that take. That neo-Nazis are the same as communists. Like it's like a similar take. Casey says it depends on where. Manu says, in my perspective, communism is just an idea of yep. Baliga says, yes, fascism is literally a genocidal ideology. This is what we do not get with certain nations. We are different from Nazis. Yep. Ari says, AP, your lights are off. I know it. It's dark time now. It was light. Like we were working all off of sunlight earlier, and now it's just dark. I have one lamp on, but I'll turn other lights on. The problem is it's going to create a huge glare in the background. It's gonna mess up the lighting. Everything's gonna look gross. Um, and then said, hate those people. Gorth says fascism symbols and supporters are banned in Gorth, and it will always stay that way. Agreed. Same thing with Nazi ideology in our Discord server. 27 Kyle says message retracted. Manu says everyone has their own ways to achieve their own personal communist utopia. If many attempts at pursuing communism have failed, they may be maybe that presents flaws to that ideology. I agreed, but I wouldn't compare communism to Nazism. Thank you, Manu. Goodness. Valika says communism is caused from empathy to poor people, and Nazis want to kill people based on their race and sexuality. Agreed. I don't. Ooh, Staveri said neither the original Nazi Party manifesto nor communist doctrine specifically states people should be killed. It simply is the inevitable conclusion that both ideologies reach. No, not inevitable. Nazis do, however, specifically advocate that there is a race that is inferior. That's the key. That's the problem right there. Gross. Robert says back. 27 Kyle says the only reason people don't like communists is because they saw Stalin do bad things. Agreed. And Stalin was like a problem. He was an authoritarian, genocidal maniac. Agreed. It was an issue. Superpower hungry guy. It's different though. Circumstantially different. Communism, that's like badness from an individual person's perspective, not badness because of like the ideology is based on that inherent belief. Neo-Nazism is based on the inherent belief of unequalness, unequal terms between races or whatever. That's completely different. That's flawed. And that's really wrong. Different from communism entirely. Manu says communism is an idea of wanting to change an economic structure. Nazism determines how you should see other people by establishing who is racially superior. Agreed. Manu says, or at least in their messed up meaning of race. Agreed. Stamaria says communism is about the abolition of private property and individual liberty, nothing more. Sure, that's not Nazism though. That's like saying, you know what? This is like all communism is wanting to take people's land and their rights away. And it's like, yeah, but that's not killing them. That's not saying that they are less than because of the color of their skin or because of where they were born. Or because of what religion they are. Oh gosh. Stamaria. Stamaria said, those people that wish to preserve either are people that are consistently persecuted, jailed, sent to camps, or killed. Agreed. Again, authoritarian regimes do have lots of human rights abuses and do kill a lot of people. But that's authoritarian regimes. That's not necessarily communism. And the reason that they're getting killed are different. The communist authoritarian regime is killing them because it's like they're traitors to the state and to the communist people or whatever, which is a political agenda and a motive based on destroying whatever they feel like is the corruption or whatever, which again is an inherent flaw, but that's based on the flaw of the political perspective of that government. That individual government's actions are wrong, not necessarily the institution that it has created. Communism in itself doesn't turn everybody into a murderer. However, Nazism, if someone is killed in the communist regime, it's because they're a traitor or whatever. If they're killed in a Nazi regime, it's because of the color of their skin. It doesn't matter if you're wealthy, it doesn't matter if you're poor, it doesn't matter if you're whatever. It's just a race thing. That's gross. Robert says horseshoe theory in a nutshell, authoritarianism and liberalism the same thing, communism and fascism, living and dying the same as everything. Agreed. I don't think that's good at all. Valiga says the Nazi manifesto said they wanted genocide. Yep, not originally, but they massively hinted at it. Agreed. It was like defining unequalness of races and the problem with all the is such a hateful ideology, defined hateful ideology. Robert says Yepper's genocide is evil and they should let different races be. Stamaria says how many more millions of people need to be killed in nations advocating communist ideologies before it's considered an extremist ideology? Because it's not that those things don't happen. Like, it's not that people are ignoring the fact that there are communist nations around the world which are communist and do call themselves communist and do kill lots of people and commit genocide and commit horrible atrocities. What we're saying is that it's not the communism that's causing that. It's the authoritarianism. It's the fascism. It's the ethnic hate of other people, which is more closely associated with Nazism than communism. There can be Nazis in a communist thing. Like, if someone is a Nazi, it doesn't mean they're also not a communist. They could be, and that would be a huge problem. But you wouldn't say it's a problem because of the communism. You know what I mean? That's like if you, for example, had cupcake bakery. A bakery that won't bake a cake for a gay couple, right, for their wedding or whatever. Won't bake a cake for a gay couple. And so then you're standing outside of the bakery and you keep seeing all these gay couples get turned away. And you go, damn, well, if only they weren't a bakery, this probably wouldn't happen. Bakeries turn people into a hateful ideology that turns against gay people. And it's like, it's not the bakery. It's not that they're a baker. It's that they have some internal, the owner of that bakery has some internal prejudice that is more closely associated with bigotry. It just is. It's not the institution itself. It's not the brick and mortar building that's the evil thing. It's the person running it. Goodness. Baliga says Stalin is a different branch of communism and he was a problem who caused issues. Yep. Gore says, I know this is off topic, but when are you going to update your micronations map on your website? Soon. I also need to update the document for the rules of ethical micronationalism, which talks about not blaming government types for the actions of individuals and stuff. A whole other stream. Go back and watch that one if you guys want. 27 Kyle says, communists get the same pay in every job, which is good for the economy, bad for the treatment of the people in it. I don't know, depending, I don't know. That a whole different take, whole different topic to discuss the intricacies of, pure communism versus socialism and all these stuff. Case Creation says, was there any big difference between Adolf and Stalin? Haven't read too much into them before. Yes. Adolf Hitler specifically advocated for, the blaming of the race of Jewish people for the problems of Germany, right? Which again is just a hateful, by definition, ideology. Stalin blamed it on the, also weirdly kind of on race stuff, blamed like Jewish people, blamed like the rich people, blamed, business owners, blamed what he called the intellectual elites and stuff like that. Very similar, but it's not because he was a communist. It was because he was an asshole. Like, it was a similar, I'll blame a whole race of people, a whole group of people who just have one thing in common, but otherwise are completely different people. And I'm going to group them all together and I'm going to kill them. That's the problem. That's like a more Nazi ideology. It's not communist. That's the problem. Baliga says, not going to get into that against Demaria. Sardinian Empire says, Russia killing their own people in World War II. Right now, Your Imperial Majesty. Manu says, AP, I think you skipped one of my comments before the last one you read. Sorry. Communism is an idea of wanting to change an economic structure. Nazis determine how you should see other people. And then I didn't see one after that. I'm sorry, Manu. Maybe before that one. Everyone has their own ways to achieve their own personal communist utopia. If many attempts at pursuing communism has failed, maybe that presents flaws in that ideology, but I wouldn't compare communism to Nazism. Agreed. Let me see. Let's see. Manu said, Baliga says, I'm not even going to mention the British Empire, Stamarias. I do not want to be horrible to micronational monarchies, which is different. Agreed. I appreciate it. But yeah, again, that's the whole point, right? Britain has done terrible things. The U.S. has done terrible things. It's not that democracies are evil. It's the people who run them are fucking assholes sometimes, and are people who are bigoted and racist and problematic. The United States. As much as I appreciate and love being a citizen of the United States, and I wouldn't want to have been born in another country, nonetheless, I still think it has a terrible racist history and a super problematic way of running its government. That has nothing to do with democracy being evil. It has everything to do with, or capitalism being inherently evil. It has everything to do with the people who run it and the culture that they've been running it under. Baliga says that it is a smaller scale. Agreed. Manu says, oh wait, it disappeared. Gonna write it again. I appreciate it. Stamaria said the bottom line is that you can have freedom or equality by force. I don't agree that you can have freedom or equality. I think you can have that. But that's such a tough thing too, because it depends on how you define equality. I believe people can have freedom and equity at the same time, which, in my opinion, I would call equality to a certain extent, but I understand your argument if you're taking equality to be this pure exact definition of equalness, this an eye for an eye sort of equalness. I get what you mean by that strictest definition, but it's I don't know. Okay, hold on. How can a communist society supposed to develop if people won't give up their freedom or property? The bottom line is that you can have freedom or equality by force. How is it a communist society is supposed to develop if people won't give up their freedom or property? Because you can work for a collective good. Like, it's the idea that there are such social standards in place that you can exist, and I'm not an advocate for communism. Like, I don't know everything about communism, but I do know enough to tell you that it's not the same as Nazism. But yeah, I'm not the talking point person for communism. So if I start getting into like communism and declaring what I think, then people are gonna point out and be like, your logic is flawed. Your argument fell apart because you defined communism the wrong way or whatever. It's like, yeah, but I also don't know. I'm not trying to run a communist nation, so I can't advocate for how a communist micronation should succeed. All I can tell you is that it does not directly equal to murder. Like, all I have to prove in the Nazi comparison thing is that one is definitionally a hate group and the other is not definitionally a hate group. That's my argument there. 27 Kyle says, things we can all say is that some hundreds of communist ideologies, some bad, some good, some ideologies have cons and pros, and there's no perfect ideology. Agreed. But we shouldn't move the goalpost and say it has to work and it has to be something that is, successful by these metrics in order to not be a hate group. Like, I think we should focus on what the goal of the conversation was. 27 Kyle says AP is going crazy because you shouldn't compare somebody's like economic policy to literal like hate groups. Like, this is one of the things that, as the leader of the Empire of Aeternia, as somebody who has been seeing struggles and difficulties of different minority groups in the world, has seen my own like economic insecurity and stuff, is just shame. It's just, oh gosh, it's so sad to hear people compare like actual hate groups and things that legitimately strike fear into people because of the color of their skin or their religion to being similar to their governmental ideology. I disagree with that. Manu says, oh, I think YouTube is removing it. Said I'll try to censor it. Ranwers Erzig says, my micronation is called the Great Order. Maybe you know it from Instagram. It's a micronation with an autocratic and ultranationalist policy. Interesting. Good to see you, Ryan. Stamaria says communism is an ideology of hate, hatred of those that seek to preserve their freedom and property. If you're a property owner, you're the enemy. Not the enemy necessarily, just someone who previously existed under another institutional structure, and they would just take it from you. Like, it wouldn't be oh, you're the enemy and we hate you. It'd be like, you just can't have that anymore. Very similarly to like how people in the US feel about guns. In Britain, it's fine that the average everyday person doesn't carry around a gun. Like, it still is successful and people are able to live their lives just fine without having a gun all the time. But if you came to America, they would say, that shit's communist. If you try and take away my guns, it's going to cause society to fall apart into shambles. And it's like, no, it actually won't. Because all you're saying is, hey, you existed under this previous time where these guns were allowed. Now we've developed society to a point and developed institutions enough to where you don't need that. And it's actually causing more harm than good statistically. So we're going to remove the average person's ability to have a gun and then develop society continually from that. And it causes a decrease in violent crime. And that doesn't necessarily mean that, the gun owners are the enemies. It just means there's a better way to do things. And we've learned a better way to do things. And again, not the advocate for a communist society. I'm just saying, they don't equate. You can't say this thing is going to cause this collapse of society and Nazis and communists are the same, because they're not. They're not. It's different. 27 Kyle said the stream is just an insane asylum. I agree with that. There's the dark, shadowy background. It seems like I'm pitching this from the depths of hell. I'm pitching the evil communist ideology from the depths of hell. But it really is important to talk about because, again, I'm a monarchist. I'm not even a communist. But I do think it's important for people to understand and be properly educated on political ideology, not the same as being a Nazi. South African Gopnik says, if communism is not an ideology that hates certain ethnic groups, then what about the hate of nationalists in Yugoslavia and the imprisonment of Uyghurs in the Eastern PRC? Again, the people running the communist governments are fascists and are Nazis and are hate-based people who are racists and bigots. You can have racists and bigots in any government, in any one of them. It's the same thing with the U.S. and, migrants from Mexico. And it's the same thing with the U.S. and Native American tribes, which we still to this day, kill people, and cut off access to drinking water and stuff. There are atrocities all over the world in all different government types. It's just not the same. You can't say that one government type equals Nazi. It doesn't work that way. 27 Kyle says, Stamaria really does not like communists. It's a big topic. I'm thrown by it. I don't feel like anybody can reasonably justify communism equals Nazism. Truto says, America's way of trying to clear up the past, in my opinion, isn't a good way, as it really is kind of doing the reverse. Agreed. You can't just erase the past. You need to actually create benefits for people and actually try to resolve some of the issues and discuss openly and honestly what has happened, and people aren't. And so then it just, when you try and push things down and hide them, they ultimately come to the surface in another way. Robert says, best quote ever from Mr. Inter, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth leaves us all eyeless and toothless. Agreed. It's a big problem. Baliga says, also, yeah, we are glad to be British, but do admit it was horrible racist past as well. A lot of nations have horrible racist pasts. And that is, again, the people who run it, not the not the governmental form. Micronation, of course, says, I agree, Kyle. Trudeau says... Baliga says Britain was a horrific empire. It's certainly very dominant in their time and did have a lot of slavery and stuff. Same thing with the U.S. It's problematic. Robert says, best quote ever from Mr. Inter. Baliga says, also thanks to Aeternia for sticking up for us even though you're not communist. Of course. And it's not just for you. It's for anybody. If somebody said the same thing about a democracy or about a monarchy, I'd say the same thing. It's just not, it doesn't make sense to say that that's equal to a defined hate group. You know what I mean? Even a theocracy. A theocracy is close. In the sense of saying that having one government that is ruled by a specific religious ideology, which would prefer its religion over other religions, is very restrictive to a lot of people's development. I wouldn't call them Nazis. That's not the same thing. It's just not. It's a more extreme ideology. Easier to compare Nazis to theology. It's not in a theologic micronation. Not the same though. It's just not. It's not, and it's not a good comparison. So it's even farther for Nazis and communists. I hope that's understood. 27 says, cease to marry. You're saying it's bad, but it depends on who the leader of it. They could hate people. They could be nice. Communists aren't all bad. They can be nice. There are bad people in democracy too. Agreed. Manu says, what I said before, communists hate that rich people are rich, poor people are poor. Nazis meet someone who was born a whatever race and despise their very existence forever. I agree with that. Yeah, it's a very different thing. It's very different. Valiga says, AP, thanks. Manu says, it worked. Yeah, you got your point across. I hope I narrated correctly. Valiga says, also, Stamaria, I hope you can see what we do not want to harm and respect your opinions, though massively disagree with them. Stamaria says, I oppose any ideology that has a sad history of persecuting and murdering millions of people, specifically because of who they are or what they have. It's Nazis. Just the Nazis. Valiga says, fascist, Stamaria. Truto says, communism for some reason isn't related directly to attacking other groups, but they always do. Again, asshole, but people try and make that it's a communist thing. It's assholes running the government. Truto says, Piper Wright of South North says, hello Piper, it's good to see you, and it's good to see South North representing. Please like the video if you're interested. Truto says, I don't understand why that happens, but it does. Baliga says, property owners are victims of the system to an extent, and they are consistently looking for wealth which must be bad for them and is bad for others. Also, the rich are victims for the same reason. 27 Kyle says, people are in the ideology can be bad, Stamaria. I hope you know that communists aren't all bad, and I think they can be the nicest people in the world or the worst. Agreed. Casey says, Australia's push to ban certain weapons seems to be the way to go and not ban every gun, mainly because for self-defense and hunting for food. Agreed. I'm just saying that, taking away property or taking away guns or something like that isn't the end of the world. It's just a policy decision. And doesn't equate you to Nazism. I was trying to debunk that argument. Elijah says, did the Empire of Aeternia have property rights? No, actually we don't. That doesn't make us communists, but we're going to talk about that in the future. The Empire of Aeternia, actually, the government will control all the property inside the Empire of Aeternia. Nobody will have any owned private property besides the government. Gorse says, Manu says, Stamaria, if someone doesn't hate anyone but wants to significantly lower the wage gap between the rich and the poor, they can still call themselves communists if they want to. They can. IRNA says, sheesh. Valiga says, also do not want to force communism onto people if they do not want it, as that would be sad, as that would be authoritarian. Agreed. Authoritarianism is just a better term to try and be comparing to all the things that you don't like about communism. 27 Kyle says, that's not what we're talking about. Baliga wants to be nice. The history makes ideology bad. They're not the people on the run that run it, or why can't anyone understand that? I get you, Kyle. Globulus says, U.S. President Andrew Jackson was called the Indian Killer. The Indian Wars, Trail of Tears, etc., all done by the U.S. government. Be it called a democracy or a constitutional republic. Agreed. Yeah, just horrible. Just absolutely horrible. And it's people who are like, we believe that everyone is created equal, except for black people and Native Americans and women, all of these groups, which, again, they thought they were in the moral high ground. They're like, we're not Nazis, while they were actively doing, similar, World War II was happening, and segregation was happening. It's a thing where the U.S. has, it's a whole different topic, but it doesn't matter the government type. It doesn't matter the specific form of government that a person is representing. It is specifically their own morals and ethical ideology which can determine whether or not they are something like a Nazi or an authoritarian. And again, authoritarian and Nazi aren't the same thing. specifically one is defined as a hate group. Robert Washington said, Indian killer boys, he also gave more power to the people by allowing them to vote directly for president. IRNA says, hello, my friends. Hello. It's good to see you. Stamaria says, that's not communism, Manu. Indeed, most of the time, communist micronations don't even know what communism is. Stamaria, though, it seems like you're trying to take such a hard road on this. You're trying to define a really narrow definition of communism, and then you're trying to compare that specific, very narrow definition of communism to Nazism. Such a hard sell, dude. I don't agree with this. Robert says, unless you lived in South Carolina. Baliga says, explain, Kyle. Kyle says, people focus on the history of them, not in the future. You have to look into, yep. Manu says, don't know how to phrase it. IRNA says, the USSR actually killed 24 million people in the camps. Yeah, again, authoritarian asshole. It's not because it's communist. Baliga says, I've read communism literature as well as books from other ideology. Communism, best ideology in my opinion. I understand that, Baliga. Manu says, just wanted to say it's not based on hate for someone, but hate for someone's status. Agreed. Robert Washington says, no property rights, all property probably owned by AP. That is correct. Yes, 100%. And that's the strange thing as well, because that gets into like my death and like how property gets passed on and how the government works. That's a topic for another time as well. 27 Kyle says, democracy has people that were Nazis, and monarchies and republics, all ideologies did horrible things. Please just understand. Agreed. All different government types have Nazis within their government type, like within their own thing, like have hate groups within them. And not only hate groups, like literal, like defined Nazis, the whole thing. Robert Washington says, it's a monarchy. Baliga says, but I'm fine with others disagreeing. Stamaria said, you cannot have communism without persecuting others, depriving people of freedoms and property. I don't know why this is so hard to understand. Because it's not the definition of that. Like, it's just, that's not the definition of communism. You are trying to define a really specific definition and say, I don't understand why people don't agree that this is Nazism and communism, that they're the same thing, or that they're equivalent. Because you're trying to define an argument that doesn't hold up. I don't believe. Can you find, but then we'll have to continue this conversation in the future. Baliga says, I'm trying to I understand, Kyle, and that's what I'm trying to argue. Manu says, Empire of Aeternia, that's why I don't think it can be achieved. Kyle says, no, you just look at the bad things, Aeternia. Robert says, communism is impossible to achieve. Truto says, maybe everybody's saying communism is impossible to achieve. I also don't agree with that take, but again, it's future conversation. Truto says, maybe I'm just biased against communism due to having parents and grandparents oppressed by them. From my perspective, it's like telling a Jew not all Nazis are bad, no offense. No, Truto, that's what we're talking about. Stamaria is saying communists and Nazis are the same. Like, they're saying that those are effectively the same, like, evilness scale and stuff like that. Your parents were probably horribly treated by the people in power in that government, who were bigots and who were horrible people because they wanted power, they wanted control, and they wanted to crush the minority. That's an authoritarian problem. That is a fascist problem. That is a Nazi problem. That's a bigot problem. It doesn't have to do with government type. Baliga says, Stamaria, I think Stamaria think out of the box, live a little. I get you. South North says, should I change the name of my nation? I don't see why. Manu says, actually no, because branding. You just probably never should. I don't think that's society that has achieved communism, but the process. Kyle says, and also more people might have been dead right now if the USSR didn't kill the Nazis. Agreed. Baliga says, communists can be Nazis, communism can be nice, communists can want equality. Agreed. South North says, did you hear what is happening with sanctimonia? I haven't. Stamaria says, communism is a philosophical, social, political, and economic ideology and movement whose goal is the establishment of a communist society, namely a socio-economic structure ordered upon the ideas of common ownership of the means of production in the absence of social classes, money, and the state. Agreed. Yes, that's the definition of communism. Anything less than this is not communism. Sure, but that doesn't mean, as you said earlier, You cannot have communism without persecuting others, depriving people of their freedoms and property. Property is the only thing that like had a definitional connotation to communism. Freedoms and uh, freedoms and persecution are just like that's a personal opinion that those people are being persecuted. Because again, it depends on what government is running them, and there are certainly human rights abuses, but that's again case by case basis. Um, Robert says, I'm a green libertarian transhumanist. Interesting. Communism is impossible to achieve due to the final result being anarchism. It's, again, a whole nother topic. Valiga says, Demaria, it can work. Read books on the subject, you will understand. I think they have, and I think there's a pretty hard-lined disagreement, but I don't agree with the arguments made. Robert says, let's face the final result. Communism is anarchism. Valiga says, agreed, that is the aim. Democracy, 27 Kyle says, democracies kill different colors and religions too, so basically democracy is Nazi ideology at this point. See though, but that's the thing. It's not, you shouldn't connect it to a government type. That's the whole thing that I'm trying to say. Government type is not hate group. Hate group is hate group. Truto says, the thing is communism, authoritarianism for some reason keeps creeping in. There must be a reason. Government group, not the same as hate group. Different thing. South North says, sanctimony is on the verge of collapse. Baliga says, anarchism is the aim. It just takes a while to achieve, but that's just me, not all communists. Robert says, pure communism equals anarchism if it isn't inachievable, but it will just devolve into anarchism. Gore says, getting late, I'm going to go. Goodbye, all. Truto says, there was a lot of good democratic governments, unlike communist governments, which keep being bad. I am also going to head out. I have a meeting to get to actually pretty quickly, but I do appreciate you guys. 27 Kyle says they're all Nazis. Disagree. I think government type should not be associated with ideology, and especially like actions of hate groups. Different thing. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out on the stream tonight. We have had, I'm sure, quite a bit of watch time hours by now. Valiga says, Demaria, where are you going? All ideologies are Nazism. Goodness. Yeah, it is an interesting take. I appreciate everybody hanging out. I appreciate everybody watching. Aeternia forever, and I will see you next time. Peace, everybody. Have a good night. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Thank you for supporting the micronational community. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting people who are able to contribute to the conversation like Demaria. It's great to see everybody coming out and having dialogues like this and being able to try and understand each other's opinions. Agreed. Truto said nice conversation. Agreed. Baliga said LOL. Robert said bye. He was like, oh, I appreciate it. Bye, Robert. It's good to see you. Peace, everybody. Aeternia forever.